everyone. Welcome. Welcome to tonight's episode of Monsters and Mayhem. Emphasis on the mayhem, like always. Hopefully, everyone can hear everything. Everyone can see what they're supposed to be seeing. Fingers crossed. I am Laura. You may know me as Celeste Highcrest, the Eladrin Bard. But tonight, no. I shall be the Dungeon Master. Don't worry. Tonight's episode is going to be cruisy, breezy, fun, spectacular, and Christmas themed, and not in a scary way. So, welcome to tonight's episode. Happy Christmas Eve or close to wherever you are in the world if you're watching this. If you're watching this after Christmas, well, then you got a little bit of a wait. But a very happy holiday season to anyone who doesn't celebrate Christmas. I hope that you can still enjoy this episode full of fun and frivolity and merriment and just mishaps all over the place. So looking forward to tonight's stream. Let's jump over and meet the cast. Hello, everyone. I know you just saw me, but I'm back again. We are introducing our merry band of, well, not really adventurers, but people.
Homeboys.
Homeboys. For this evening. So starting from, I suppose we read left to right. So we have Daniel over here. So Daniel is our moderator here on Twitch and over on our Discord channel. You should totally join that Discord. It's super fun.
You have to.
So you have to. It's the rule. If you're watching this, you have to be in the Discord. So we have Daniel joining us for this evening. Very special welcome as well. It's our first ever guest star. So
Yeah.
Hey, super exciting.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Super excited to have Daniel on board with us tonight. Another familiar face, we have Tom, who is usually our master of disaster, but tonight he is but
Just
a
a
humble
disaster.
peasant boy. Yes, just a disaster.
Different kind of disaster.
Just a disaster.
We also have Jacob over. Oh God, everything's backwards here. Who usually plays Ingwe, and then we also have our friend Sharok, who usually plays Jean during our main campaign streams.
Oh, he might be on that way. I don't know where he is.
He's there, over that way.
This way.
That way.
This way.
That way.
Pointing. So that's our lineup for tonight. So as you know, there are no more campaign streams left for this year. We will be returning in January 2022 on the 10th, usual time, 7 p.m. AEST. We'll be back in with our normal campaign streams, but for now we have a couple of, well, this is the last of our Christmas episodes for tonight or this week or whenever we are. So with all that said, is there anything else that we want to mention before we kick off?
Casting call?
Yeah, so we have our casting call as well. So as you know, tragically, our favorite warlock, Tam Corthan, met his demise and then reincarnated as whatever. It was a whirlwind. So Adam has left us. You know, he's always with us in spirit, but he's gone on to brighter adventures. So we are looking to have someone else join the family as a part of our regular campaign streams on Monday. So if you are interested in checking that out, putting your hand up, throwing your hat in the ring, come join our Discord. Links will be in the chat for you to come along, say hi, and all the details are in there. So very exciting, and we'll be looking to announce that in February at some point. So stick a little bit of time. Our casting calls will be closing 15th of January. Is the day that we'll be closing those up and starting the audition process. So get in there.
Yeah.
Cool beans.
Cool. All right.
Get it.
Get it. Come join us. That's the voice I'm going to do for the whole of today.
I'm going to cosplay as Laura next time we have a one shot.
Boy, mate, watch yourself.
Boy.
All right, cool. So let's jump in to tonight's episode of Monsters and Mayhem. Tonight, our friends, our story takes place somewhere in the north. The sun casts weak rays across the snowy mountainsides, casting long shadows throughout the short days that fall upon this small hamlet. The towns here bear no markings on large maps. They wave no banners. Even the inns are few and far between. Travelers often pass by these towns. They have no reason to stop. There are no temples to the gods, no bustling market or city centres, just rows of small houses and children playing in the open fields. Here, the simple life is best. No famous adventurer calls this place home. No noble families reside here. Thatched roofs and mud brick walls hold these towns together. The town of Hans End is where our story takes place this eve. The longest night of the year is creeping readily closer over the horizon, far in the distance. The snowy white landscape is littered with structures of barns and small houses amidst large sprawling fields. Oxen and sheep roam across these fields to the dry grass piled high for them, content with their small lives. Atop a rocky cliff in the distance, you can see the faint outline of Gregor's Peak, the neighboring town with smoke rising from chimneys. 2 days' ride on horseback will take you there, to a small town with leatherworkers, stonemasons, and blacksmiths. To the east, not seen from here, is the town of Lacey's Lake. A small village holding no more than 60 people sits in the middle of a large, sprawling lake. Known in the area for its fishing expertise, where its households hold docks and rickety wooden boats moored to the now frozen lake. Alliance Valley is nestled between two large mountains to the west, a settlement more than a village, with makeshift houses and small private gardens keeping them fed, and chickens roaming amongst the non-existent streets. The 12th night is upon us, the longest night of the year, and with it comes the 12th Night Festival, a celebration of the year drawing to a close with the promise of a new and bountiful year on the horizon. Residents from these neighbouring hamlets come together for 2 days of merriment, laughter and games. They forge new friendships and rekindle old ones, swapping stories and wares, striking deals that will ensure an even distribution of resources the following year. It is an important part of life out here, with no one to rely on but themselves and the closeness of the communities. That's what keeps them alive. The afternoon sun shines weakly across the faces of the residents in these villages as they begin to gather for the most exciting part of the festival, the annual 12th Games. The opportunity to take home everlasting glory and a prize like no other. Upon a rickety stage steps a man, a wizened, white-haired elder human with a snow-white beard and curly grey hair. Upon his head sits a red hat with rabbit fur lining. He's bundled in a large red and white coat with worn black leather boots stomping mud and snow in his wake as he moves. From under the cuff of his baggy red coat, his wrinkled hand emerges, reaching out to ring a rusted bell at his side. The sound is not booming, but rather a twinkle to match the one in his eye. He looks out at the faces of the expectant crowds while clearing his throat. Welcome everyone to the 12th Night Festival. As you know, I am Merklaus, and it is my official pleasure to welcome you to the opening of tonight's celebrations. By now, I can only imagine your bellies are full and your hearts even fuller with the promise of next year's harvest. I hope you have found old friends and new. He looks to the side of the stage, to a woman dressed similarly, with curly white hair and crooked spectacles upon her button nose, cheeks flushed with cold. She gives him a small smile and a nod, and Mayor Klaus continues. I will mention our stalls this festival. Be sure to pop by Penelope's stall. She'll be taking orders for next year, our seamstress. Selling spice wine and ale over at Gail's stall as well. Vince's stall over here with the chicken and turkey meat for you all. And of course, we have Miss Felicia's stall where she's been working tirelessly on decorations for tomorrow to liven up your windows. He laughs, grinning at the crowd before clapping his hands together. Now, the moment we have been waiting for. For this evening, we will see our annual 12th Night Games. 27 years we've been running these games, and I would like to ask our contenders to approach and join me on the stage. He gestures towards each of our contenders here in the crowd and beckons you up to stand beside him on the stage. If you would all like to introduce yourselves and your characters and what you look like, we'll start with Daniel.
Okay. Hello, my name's Davna Stoutman. I'm a small half elf from the village of Lacey's Lake. Lately we haven't been fishing too much, but I've been entertaining the locals with some melodies in the local tavern. I'm a very friendly chap, but I just try and help out where I can. Really, I think that's about all I got to say.
And the crowd joins together and rackers laughter and cheering as they jump up and down. You can see your family in the distance as well, kind of standing on their toes and waving at you excitedly from the crowd.
Hey, Mum.
Tom, if you would like to introduce your character.
Oh yeah, my name's Floyd Jensen. I'm a pig farmer and a cow farmer and a duck chicken farmer. I want to get into the whole tea business. I'm dressed in a brown outfit that looks like it's pretty dirty. It's seen better days. Have a little vest on, long hair in the back and short in the front. Missing a few teeth. Looks like his one eye is a little cross-eyed. Yeah, looks like a generally nice guy.
And again, you can see the residents as well that know you from Han's End, kind of like clapping and like whooping excitedly in the crowd. You can see that there's a very clear distinction between the residents of Han's End versus residents that have come from elsewhere as well. So you can feel that support coming from the crowd.
Yeah. I know you and I've seen you before, and I don't know who you are, but you're cool too, I guess. Boy.
Jacob, if you would like to introduce your character.
Through coming quickly behind a very small halfling, dressed very simply in leathers, springs up. And I imagine that it's like a platform with like a railing around, and just kind of casually stands on one foot on the railing and introduces himself and says, it's nice to see you all. I thank you for buying my pelts. I'm looking forward to a long night together. This is the first time I've ever sold them all. And I'm going to win.
And everyone puts their hands together, some of them waving some of the pelts that they've gotten, kind of like, over their shoulders as well, being like, yeah, thank you. And you can feel the enthusiasm. And Sharok, if you would like to introduce your character.
Yeah. You see a very tall dwarf, almost to the point of where he's often mistaken as a short human. He's got very thin hair on top, pulled back into a ponytail that looks greasy and unwashed. He has thick mutton chops that come up and connect with a thick mustache. Thick, stocky guy, looks like he was could be power lifter or something like that back in the day, but it has all turned into a massive beer gut. And he's got a big, thick apron, stands over it, and he sort of walks in and he's just, loaf here. I'm ready for the contest, but don't be expecting any of the prize going to you lot.
Good on you, Loaf.
Oh yeah, we'll see.
And the crowd joins together in laughter and clapping their hands as well. And you can see some of the people that the residents of Gregor's Peak as well, kind of like standing up. And you do see a couple of dwarves as well. I'm kind of like standing up on tables and chairs and like clapping from where they stand in the crowd.
So I forgot to say that I was a human, but I'm pretty sure all three of you are short people.
Yeah. And what was your name, Tom?
I'm Floyd.
That's right.
Floyd.
And what was your name, Daniel?
Davna.
Davna?
Davna. Yeah.
Perfect. So Mayor Klaus turns and looks at you all and kind of puts his hands on his hips and gives this deep sigh. Well, look at you all. Fine specimens here from our villages. Only the strongest and the bravest from our towns will be fit to embark on this challenge. And the crowd behind him lifts up in a cheer. He claps again, and the crowd is whooping in the distance, kind of cheering out your names. You can see your family and friends are all cheering you on. Now, as you know, you are all competing tonight for the title of the 12th Night Champion. The winner will be taking home a most glorious prize. Dear, sorry, Miss Klaus, sorry, dear. Could you bring the prize forward, please? And the squeaky trolley emerges from behind the back of the stage, across the muddy path, and kind of weaves its way in front of the stage. The wheel's getting stuck every few feet as the plump woman kind of like smiles at the crowd and pushes it until it finally rolls to a stop in front of the stage and the crowd, and everyone kind of peeks out and peers excitedly. A red tablecloth sits atop a mound on this cart, and with a flourish, she pulls it back and reveals the prize beneath. Yes, a brilliant 12th night feast awaits the winner of tonight's games. A brilliant, plump turkey, courtesy of Mr. Kerner's poultry farm as well. 1 leg of ham, thank you, Mr. Gals of the pig farm. And from Mr. and Mrs. Brewster's farm, we have 2 beetroots, a pound of potatoes, 4 carrots, 3, what are those, dear? Oh, right, 3 bags of citrus fruits, and 1 large pumpkin. And the crowd kind of claps and starts, looking at the food like, yes, like this is a lot of food for this kind of these villages. This is a lot of food to get in one sitting.
Do you have an alternative for these small people here? I think they're vegetarian by the size of them.
Oh, Floyd, do not worry about that. I'm sure that if they do not want to eat it, they will be able to share it with their family and friends. And perhaps if you are nice to them, they will also share it with you also.
I don't even know if I like half this stuff. I've never eaten it before.
My dear Mrs. Klaus as well. Sorry, my dear, I almost forgot for a second. She has also baked 2 delicious pies for you as well. A pecan and pumpkin pie. 2 of them. Isn't that exciting? 2 pies as well to take home. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, pies, baked goods. Hell yeah. And the crowd claps. And our lovely Penelope from over at the tavern has also provided 1 bottle of her finest spiced wine as well for you to enjoy with your foods. I'm told it's worth as much as a gold piece. So very exciting, of course. A small cask of ale from our friends over at the brewery as well. So that is what you are competing for first place. And the crowd kind of like cheers and claps together and kind of looking at this food as Mrs. Klaus gets the tablecloth and lays it back over the display.
Let's get on the wine, shall we?
Well, hang on. We have second place prize as well. Do you want to hear what the second place prize is?
I don't need to.
Well, Floyd, second prize is a voucher. A voucher for Mr. Gregor's supply shop, valued at 1 gold piece. A reminder that Mr. Gregor's supply shop has all your needs for next year as well, with rakes, sickles, scythes, pitchforks, and assortments of seeds and things like that. So 1 gold can see you set up for all of next year's for your harvest. So second place is not a bad place to come this eve.
They're gonna need it to recover after me.
Oh, Floyd. No one pay attention to him. And he gestures out to a large man with a bald head at the back of the crowd. He's kind of leaning up against one of the stalls, and you can see behind him he's got some bags of dried seeds and rakes and things kind of hung up on the board behind him. Finally, our third prize for 3rd place, and perhaps this is the most precious prize of them all. A lovely and delicious pear and apple pie baked by my lovely wife, Mrs. Klaus over here. Can we have a round of applause for my lovely wife who has put in so much work and blood and sweat, well, maybe not blood and maybe not sweat, but certainly love into baking these pies.
Right.
He gestures to his wife, and his wife kind of, you can see her blush a little bit as she looks up at him like, oh.
Right.
As the crowd cheers, Mayor Klaus turns and looks at you all, the twinkle in his eye bright as he nods. Well, champions, are you ready to fight for your chance of glory and honor?
Yeah!
Yeah!
Ready.
Do this thing.
Let's do it, mate.
Well then, let us all begin. If you could all follow me down this way, we'll go to the first task. Come on, follow me. And he leads you down the small set of stairs next to the stage. And the crowd begins to follow you, kind of forming a formation behind you as you lead the way, essentially. And a woman with dark red hair kind of emerges and begins playing a tune on a lute. It's a little bit wobbly, it's a little bit out of tune, but the crowd begins singing along to the song in merriment and joy, and you can definitely feel the atmosphere as it's starting to pick up as you begin to walk your way down towards the first task. You're taken a few yards away to the entrance of a small farm. A rickety wooden gate creaking open as Mayor Klaus rubs his hands together excitedly. Ladies and gentlemen, and of course our boys and girls as well over here in the crowd, welcome to the first task. The first task, ladies and gentlemen, is the annual log flop. And the crowd,
Log flop?
claps their hands excitedly and begins climbing up onto the side of the fence as well, kind of like leaning over, the children kind of hanging their arms over the front of the fence. On the ground before each of you, as you start to take your formations, is a log, all roughly the same size, the same width, all cut from the nearby pine tree farm. They're laying at 20-foot intervals, side by side, and in the distance you can see a red ribbon tied between two stakes. The first champion to get their log over the finish line will win the task and collect 1 point. Of course, the champion to finish the games with the most points wins the grand prize. You must heave the log from one end upwards and then tilt it so that it falls flat on the other side. You may not carry the log like Gerald did last year. Gerald, yes, I see you over there in the crowd. You may not push the log or heave the log. No, it is called the log flop for a reason. You are to flop the log. Do we understand each other?
No throwing, just flopping.
Yeah.
Just
You got it,
flopping.
Floyd. You're the tall one. The tall ones always get it wrong.
Got it.
Up
Sorry,
and
I
down.
mistook you for a log there, Mr. Roscoe.
The log is a lot bigger than this boy over here. So, up and down until you cross the finish line. Please do not be very careful not to let your log fall on anyone. Okay? No broken bones and nothing like that. A healer is currently called out to Lacey's Lake, so she's like 2 days drive away. So please be careful not to drop it on anyone or yourself. And also any splinters can be taken care of by Miss Heiger as well. So if you get any splinters, just let us know. Does anyone have any questions before we are to begin the first task?
Ready. I'll start limbering up, stretching.
And the crowd begins to like clap their hands in kind of like in like a rhythm as you all get together and start at the start line. You kind of like bend down and lifting up your log and getting used to the weight before Mr. Klaus looks back at the crowd. He kind of turns his back on you and looks back at the crowd and goes, "Right then, Miss Fiona, if you will, please." And the red-headed woman begins striking up a lively tune on her lute. Well, again, a little bit wobbly, but it's a very merry tune as Mr. Klaus waves the crowd in a chorus as they begin singing and chanting. And I need everyone to roll initiative for me, please.
Oh, that's not half bad. That's
Oh, no.
actually
I'm
just
used to
bad.
having good initiative.
I'm opposite. Sean's got that +6 now, I'm not +1.
I got 11.
11. All right, so did anyone get
16 for Roscoe.
yeah. Anyone get higher than a 16? Nope. And then is it 11 for Floyd?
I got 13.
13.
Ooh. Rather than dexterity, who out of you has the highest strength?
I'm on an 18.
Oh, you win.
I've got a 14 strength.
I'm on 18 as
12.
well.
I went for the burly baker.
Oh, it's all
I'm a
those
bit portly
lugging all that
compared to
flour
everyone else.
around.
He's moonlighting as a debt collector.
Got a bag of flour taped to his hip that uses like chalk dust. Just like, yeah, let's go.
Inhales a little bit of it before he
Yeah,
starts.
Okay, so initiative order. will be Roscoe, Tobit, Davna, and Floyd.
I feel like this is scripted.
Now, for this round, you basically have one option. You have to succeed on a strength check to lift up your log. If you fail on your strength check, you must then succeed on a dexterity saving throw to move out of the way of the log as it falls back towards you, right?
Love it.
The first person to get a number of successful checks will be the one to get their log across the finish line first. So, let's start out with Roscoe. If you could play, unless you want to mess around and try and roll your log or something, I'm assuming that you all want to play by the rules. But
First injury coming up.
No, I'm first. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go without doing anything else.
Yep.
I'm gonna walk up. Roscoe walks up to his log. Very prim and proper. Very follows the instructions. Stands at the end of the log, and
strength check.
Strength check.
Yes.
Okay. Just straight strength is 9.
9. I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw for me, please, as you heave the log upwards and you just can't quite get it over that axis. It begins to topple back towards you.
8.
8 for your dexterity saving throw. You manage to just duck out of the way quickly enough as the log lands back with a thud, having not moved at all.
And I would like to end by entering into a rage. As this, like, prim and proper, very follow the rules, very well put together halfling who's been looking down his nose at all the, like, riffraff that's come along, even though he's a trapper, so what... Just like starts kicking the wall.
Snow like flying up in a flurry like around him. Alright, so
Mother's milking it come.
Tobit, or Mr. Loaf if you will. You're up.
Yep. Gets that flower on the hands, gets a good grip, and gets a 15.
15, so as you kind of like, you're used to lifting stuff up, you kind of like get your, lift with your legs, not your back. You kind of like squat down, lift it up, heave, and then guide the log over as it kind of like in a direct line onto the other side. That is one success for you, Mr. Tobit.
Get my hands back in, ready for the next one.
Davna, you're up.
All right. First, I'd like to be like, what was Sharrock? What was your name again? Tobit. That's right.
Yeah.
Loaf, how heavy do you reckon that was?
Maybe 2 of you.
All right. I'll squat down with my knees and try and hoist the log up.
There we go. Roll a strength check. Oh god.
It's that one, but I got lucky, so.
Oh, yes, halfling luck.
So that's 15.
15. So watching Loaf as he goes, you're kind of like, oh yeah, and you kind of like squat down and mimic a little bit what he's doing. And again, lifting up, getting it to where your shoulders are, and then easing it out, getting it over that access point and onto the other side. That is one success for you, my friend.
And just before I end, I'd like to look across to the raging fellow and like, cheer up, mate, it's all right. And I'd like to give him some bardic inspiration.
Oh, yes. At level 1, I think it is a D6.
Yeah, D6.
Yeah, I think it's a D6, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Love it, love it, love it. Floyd, you're up.
So I'm a little surprised by these individuals being so fast compared to me, considering they're literally the size of a small dog. So I will squat down and I will start lifting, and I will obviously do it with my back and not my legs, because that's how I was taught it. And I will try to flip it as well.
It's gonna pull a Jean.
That is a natural 1. But I
Oh,
also have lucky.
you took luck.
That is a 2.
Did you? So you don't have any pluses to your.
Well, I have
Strength?
+4, so it's 6.
Alright, so as you kind of like, and then you just kind of like bend over at the hips, and then try and like lift it up, and then you just feel this like kink in your back as you go to lift it. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please, lest you chop this log on your foot.
That is a 13.
Yeah. So as you're lifting up, and then you just drop it, and you kind of like jump, and your legs move to the side, and it flops back down, having not moved.
Yeah, I think. Boy, this one's broken, eh? It's more heavy in one end than the other. Can I have a new one,
Just speak
please?
to the manager.
Is this? Oh.
Roscoe, you're up.
Because I'm really angry, does that give me advantage? Are we playing those sorts of rules?
Yeah.
Okay.
So anything that's like we don't have like specific classes, but we built using classes. So if you
Yeah.
have like those class specific things, yeah.
You got to use your bardic inspiration, man.
I'm thinking about it. I don't know if it'll be useful. 11.
11. So as you kind of like squat down, and you're like, you can feel your face getting hotter as you just feel this rage burning inside you, and as you lift it over, and then brace your hand on the side, and then it flips over, having
Hey.
moved one spot.
Hey.
Lucky I'm so inspired.
That's right, I can do this.
I'm the
What did you
smallest one
roll?
here.
What did you roll on the bardic one?
2. I
Okay.
I rolled a 2 and a 5, and then got 2 to get out. I'm assuming it'll get harder, but
I hope the fuck not.
I wasn't expecting that to happen so quickly, but whatever.
I was gonna save it for the 5th one that we all failed. No.
Alright, Mr. Loaf.
Just same thing, keeps the momentum going, isn't going to change form. And that is a 16.
Yeah, so again, it's like well practiced. You're like an oiled machine. You know all about lifting heavy things and moving them from one spot to the other. You are on it. As it falls down with a thud and snow kind of like sprays out from the sides. You are at 2 successes.
I can't tell which is snow and which is my flower anymore. It's alright.
Alright, Davna, you're up.
Right, he's gonna look over at Loaf and just nod his head, like, oh, okay, like he's got this. And then he's gonna squat again and try and lift it up again. He's gonna get an 18.
18, yeah. So you're like mimicking him at this point. You're just like, yep. And you squat down, pull it up. You kind of like feel your shoulder muscles tensing and your biceps popping out a little bit as you lift it up, and poof, falls over again with a spray of snow in the air, with 2 successes as well.
Hey.
Oh boy.
Never go first, I say. Never go first.
Oh, never go last either.
Okay,
Right.
Mr. Floyd, if you would like to make another attempt, please.
So obviously my tactic wasn't working. So I'm just gonna make sure it's a big green one. And then seeing as these small people have a different weight thing, I'm gonna get down on my knees and pretend to be a gnome. And I'm gonna say things I think gnomes say, like, "Oh, I'm gonna wait in the garden," and then I'm gonna try another time.
He's a racist. He's just a...
That's a 19 plus 4.
Yeah, so you're like, yeah, it does look a lot easier from down here as you're like on your knees talking about gnomes in the garden, and you just kind of like shuffle back, get the end of the log, and then as you're lifting up the log, you're like moving closer to the other end on your knees, like shuffling as it gets higher and higher and higher before it onto the other side, spray of snow, and you can hear the crowd cheering from the sidelines hanging onto the fence as you end your turn with 1 success.
Yeah.
I thought it was the other way. I'm sorry.
Roscoe, our halfling swearing friend.
12.
12. So you feel yourself getting more into a rhythm now as you're like lifting it up, and you're kind of just not letting yourself pause, and you're just going for it as you go, move, lift it up, and it falls onto the other side with a spray of snow. And you can kind of see the kids that are like running along the fence line. Some of them get sprayed in the face with snow, and they're like giggling and laughing as you get ready to make your next move. But that is another success for you, my friend. Mr. Loaf.
All right. Loaf's gonna keep the technique going, but now he's also gonna try control the fall on the other side. To try keep the log going straight, so he doesn't have to worry about this thing hitting and bouncing. That's a natural 20. Plus 4, 24.
It's like almost seamless. You go from one end where it like flops over, and then almost as it's landing, you are picking up the next side and tossing it over, and it almost gets a little bit airborne as you kind of like flip it, and then slams into the ground with a heavy thud and snow spraying up in their air as the crowd begins like laughing and like chanting, because you are the only one. I think you and Davna have not missed a go yet. So they just start like chanting and cheering you on as you end your turn with 3 successes.
Fuck yeah.
Davna, you're up.
All right, I know the guy, this loaf guy next to me is really good, so I'm just gonna jump in and try and lift it up again. It's gonna go rolling on the floor.
Rolling on the floor.
And we're gonna get an 8.
An 8. So as you try and keep momentum with Loaf, you're like, yep, and you go and pick it up a second time. Again, you can feel your muscles bulging, and then all of a sudden a cramp in your arm as you're trying to lift it above your head, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Shouldn't have gone fishing this morning. 10.
10. So as you're lifting it up and you feel that cramp in your arm, and then you drop it to the side, and the log falls down next to you with unfortunately 1 failure. And you just see Loaf streaming ahead like ain't breaking a sweat. Floyd, you're up.
So I'm chasing this log on my knees.
That visual.
Like, oh yeah, I'm like a rabbit size, so I love carrots. And I'm gonna throw another time. That is a 14.
14. So you think that you're on the right track now at this point. You're like, yeah, this is how we're supposed to do it. They didn't tell us all the rules. You have to be below like 3 feet to like.
The leverage.
You must be below this tall to ride. Like
You have to lift with your back.
Yeah. And as you lift it up and you get that momentum and it tips over with that force, you end your turn with another success.
I got you now, Loafy.
Roscoe.
So just in single-mindedness, I think that I'm far behind everyone else because I embarrassed myself at the start and my plan. And rolled a natural 20 for a 22.
So you're just like feeling this like rage and this heat coming off you, and it's almost like you're melting the snow. Like as you're walking, there's like you can just feel it as it's landing on you, just like melting away. And then you're like lifting it up, and then you can just hear like some like whistles in the crowd, like as you just like go over, and it lands with another success. Loaf, you're up.
Let's do it. Worked well last time. Same technique. Powder in the hands, dusting them off, and going for another flip. And this time, I think he just sort of catches Floyd on his knees constantly, and partway up the lip with an 8, sort of is just like Is anyone else finding that offensive?
And then as you say that, you're kind of like lifting it up, and as you look over and you can feel the log slipping from your grasp, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Do it. That's a 6.
So as you
First
go
death.
and lift it up, and then you look over at Floyd and kind of like, what? Does anyone else find this? And then you feel it slip as it's like rolling off your hand and lands bang onto your toe. And your next round would be with disadvantage.
Yeah.
As you just feel your foot throbbing as you like yank it out from under the log, like, oh shit.
Fucking damn Floyd. God.
Davna.
All right, you just got to focus on the task, Loaf. Look at this. Squats down, lifts it up, gets a 13.
You're just like kind of like doing it like I'm like a gymnast. You kind of like, yep, get down, bend a couple of times, get it in your knees, and then lift it up. Fluid motion, and then flop it back over as you end your turn with a success. As it flops down, psh, snow spraying out, and you can just hear the crowd kind of like turning and looking at you and being like, yeah, and like clapping their hands, and they start shouting out your name like, go, 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 go. As you end your turn with a success, Floyd.
I'll take out a little flask of alcohol, and I will take a sip, and I'll say, "Hi, don't know why you're trying to win this. You're all so small. You should be sitting on a pot of gold." I'll try again. That's a 6.
A 6, a 7. So as you lift it up, you're like, oh, you should be sitting on a pot of gold, and then you look over and you catch Loaf's eye, like as he's looking at you, and then you kind of like hesitate for a moment as you feel the log kind of like dropping, and then you can't quite hold on to it. You kind of had it in a weird spot, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
That is a 9.
So as you're holding it up, and then you kind of like look over at Loaf as he's looking at you, and then you kind of like just let it drop, and it just kind of barely skims past your front as it lands directly between your feet again with the spray of snow that kind of like comes up into your face, and you kind of like pff, as you end your turn with a failure. Roscoe.
With a single-minded focus, the rage and injustice of it all, not paying attention, no one on the outside would notice. All they would see is a very focused young halfling man pick up the log and 21 very carefully flop, because clearly it's flopping, not throwing, and that was the problem at the start.
To end your turn with another success, and you just see the crowd turning and looking at you, and you just hear there's like whistling and like cheers again from the crowd. There's kids that are like running up to like keep up with you as you're going, running along that fence line, just like cheering you on. Loaf.
Alrighty, disadvantage, right?
Yeah, because you got a throbbing foot and it's too distracting.
Yep. That's a 6 and a natural 1. So that nat 1. I feel like
You can't script this shit, like you.
First death in the city's history.
hits himself in his own jaw as he lifts it up. Just not paying attention.
Just tries to do it too fast.
Oh.
Dexterity saving throw for me, my friend.
9.
So as you kind of like lift it up, it like clocks you on the chin for a second, and then you actually put it back down on the ground, thinking that maybe you didn't have your posture quite right yet for this round, and you're gonna do better next time. As you end your turn with a slightly kind of cut lip.
I blame Floyd.
Everyone just blame Floyd. Davna, your turn.
Davna. All right. Just gonna squat down, not look at anyone else this round, and just try and lift it up for an 11.
So you kind of like lift it up, and you lift it up, and you can feel it like right here. There's like a point where you get it like just past your chin, and you're like, and you almost let out a fart before you lift it up and topple it over with another success to end your turn as it sprays snow.
At this point, I look around and realize that I'm actually in front of everyone.
Yeah.
You look over and you see that you and Roscoe are neck and neck at this
Ooh.
point.
Go the halflings!
Floyd.
Wait, take another sip of my flask, which is actually just milk. Now I will prepare my knees for the next impact.
Aren't you on your knees?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm gonna have to walk on the knees. And I'll pick it up and I'll say, I hope you play poker because here comes the flop.
Everyone takes 1d4 of psychic damage.
All right.
What was it? Sorry, 16. So as you are lifting it up, and you're like, yes, this is it, and it just feels a lot easier this time. It's like you psyched yourself up, and then it just falls over. A spray of snow everywhere as the crowd begins cheering and looking you on, and you can just hear your friends and family cheering your name from the crowd as you end your turn with another success.
It's a lot easier if your body goes into shock because then it doesn't feel pain.
All right, so we have Roscoe. Here we go. You're so close to the finish line, you can see it.
It's a bit distracted by the goings on. The focus slips and picks up, and still trying to be focused with the 12.
So as you're you focus, and you kind of putting it up so it's upright, and then you almost just tap it as it falls over, and you watch as the string breaks as your log flops over across the finish line, and you win the annual log flop. Congratulations, Roscoe!
Oh yeah, okay.
So Roscoe would immediately shake out his rage and firstly go and congratulate Davna. Wow, got the halflings. I didn't think they'd expect us. Well done.
I told you could do it. I believed in you.
It really helped. That I think I give you the win. I mean, obviously I won, but
That's all right. Next time.
yeah, maybe I can help you, inspire you and stuff. And then the same with Lowfoot. I really thought you'd win that one.
Yeah, me too. Thanks, mate. But nah, you put in the effort. You did good.
It's a bit of luck.
Yeah.
Oh, Floyd, good job.
Thanks. Nice. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were part of this competition. I didn't mean to see you. But those logs are pretty big, you know. So it's hard.
I think it's just because he was so far ahead of you, Floyd.
So the crowd grows steadily louder and more rambunctious as the final log is tossed over the finish line with a flourish, and snow flying everywhere, and kids laughing and giggling as they run kind of back towards the starting line. And Mr. Mayor Klaus claps his hands together excitedly and says, "Well, congratulations! We have our first winner of the first task." And the crowd claps and starts chanting out, "Roscoe, Roscoe, Roscoe."
Oh yeah, he did alright for such a short little baby.
Well, it was a very jolly good show for the rest of us. I do hope that no one was too badly injured. If you do have any splinters or anything, please go see Miss Heiger over at the medical tent, and she will get you patched up quickly before we continue. And he steps forward and claps a hand on Roscoe's shoulder before going, "Does anyone need a rest or something to drink, perhaps, before we move on to the next task? Is everyone's
How about
all
an
good?"
8-hour nap?
Well, I don't think we have time for that. Night may fall before that. But if everyone is ready to go, then I shall lead you all down to the second task.
Yeah, let's go. My body's ready. I can't feel anything anymore anyway.
If someone could bring me an ale on the way, that'd be much appreciated.
I give him. I hand my flask with the milk.
Nah, mate.
Don't worry. It's pig's milk.
Yeah, nah, mate. Nah.
Definitely, the crowd is laden. They have like baskets with like baked goods and like drinks that they bought, like bottles of wine that they bought and things like that they've been like buying throughout the day. And definitely, someone would come up to you and kind of like offer you a drink and clapping you on the back as they follow Mayor Klaus, as he says, "Well, if everyone can follow me down, it's a little bit of a hike. If anyone needs to grab a jacket or anything, it's a little bit cold, but the walk should keep us all warm. So let's follow me." And he indicates to his wife as she scribbles furiously on a sheet of parchment and then rolls it up tightly and tucks it into her coat. "Escort keeper, she's keeping track of how everyone's doing, so fret not if we forget. So let's go." And the jolly old man leads you down a rolling hill on a rocky path, catching small children as they try to like dart ahead, and he kind of like grabs them. He goes, "Careful there, Maggie, you'll scrape your knee. Come on, walk back with your parents now. Come on, we got to let the champions lead the way. Come on." And he chuckles and leads, the chittering crowd down towards what you can see in the distance as a frozen pond. Accumulating around the ring of the pond, the crowd begins to form a circle, laughing and grinning, some of them pulling baked goods out of their pockets and out of some cheesecloth and perching themselves on rocks to have a good seat. After a few moments, the crowd, milling on the shorelines, Mayor Klaus grins that little toothy grin of his and waves a hand to gesture towards this frigid landscape. It's not a small pond, though certainly nothing compared to the size of Lacey's Lake, the fishing settlement. Looking at the setup before you, you see string and twine has been set up along the pond's icy border. The pond's surface has a red line across it, which forms almost like a starting line, with sprigs of holly and ivy dangling in the chilly breeze from the post along the edge of the water. Now, each of you, take a pair of these fine skates which have been provided by Mr. Gregor, and he shows you a simple wooden box containing roughly sewn together leather boots, at the bottom of which there is a thin shard of iron or steel with pointed tips. Careful now, don't prick your fingers. Careful, we'll give you a moment to strap these on. And he turns his back on you as he kind of gestures for you to lean into the box and grab a pair of skates. He turns back to the crowd with his arms extended outwards and goes, "Well, each of our champions will strap on their skates and now participate in the annual dash across the ice. 3 laps in total to reach the finish line. The first person to cross the red line for the 4th time will gain 1 point." He turns back to all of you as the crowd jittered and cheers amongst themselves and starts like clapping and looking excitedly. And Mr. Klaus lowers his voice and goes, "Now I understand that this is all very exciting. The absolute thrill of the chase, and all that. But please, there is to be no grabbing, no pulling, no punching, no tripping. No intentionally ruining each other's fun or running into one another, or I will disqualify you from the task. We can't have what happened to Gregory last year. Can't have any blood on the ice, if you will. So just be very mindful. Don't keep apart. No barging into each other or anything like that."
Right.
Right. So, are we all fitted with our skates? Does anyone have any questions before we begin?
I will start by getting up from my knees.
You've broken this whole way on your
He
knees.
walks the whole
Realizing they won't fit on my knees.
I'd like to just look at Loaf and go, "Do you want me to fix that foot for you? That won't be comfortable around the ice."
No, it's fine. I'm just hoping he hasn't
alright.
triggered my gout.
Your gut or your gout?
All
I'm
right,
not
suit yourself.
Sure.
My gout. You hit it pretty hard, and you're fucking distracted by your bullshit. And
I'm just glad I'm not a gnome, or I'd take even more offense to all that.
yeah. Me too.
Roscoe would look into the crowd to see his mother to check that he is doing the right thing by being the good sport that he has been trying to be.
You can see her. She's nibbling on what looks like a pastry, maybe like an apple Danish or something, and she kind of gives you like an excited wave and goes from the crowd. Right. Well,
Right.
Champions, are you ready for the dash? Everyone hold steady now. Here, Mrs. Klaus, please, could you? And he leans over as his wife hands him a very long pole. And he holds it out towards all of you. And he goes, grab a hold of the pole if you need to keep yourself steady before we start here. It's all right. We'll hold this steady for you if you need to keep your balance. It's slippery out there, so this will help you steady yourself before we start. And you can see him like struggling to like hold onto the pole as Mr. Gregor, the supply shop owner, comes over and also kind of like wraps his arm around Mayor Klaus and also holds it steady.
Does it point towards the north?
Everyone take 1d8 of psychic damage. All right.
Yeah, I'll kill him before he's over.
All right. So the red-headed woman again starts striking up like a merry tune, and the crowd begins to like sway and sing and clap their hands as they gather around the ring of the pond. And kind of their parents keeping a close eye on them to make sure they don't like rush out onto the ice or anything like that. Right. Now, champions, we are ready for the dash. I'm going to take the pole away now, so make sure you're steady. Starts withdrawing the pole slowly. Right. So, oh, sorry. Yes.
Oh no, that was me holding the pole. I'm.
Oh, sorry.
Interrupting. That was a symbol for interruption. No. I'm just holding the pole.
Okay. Yeah, it's like up here. Begin slowly withdrawing the pole. So for this round, I'll give you the brief explanation of what's to happen. So each lap around the ice is 60 feet.
Okay.
So you can use your movement, your regular movement, and just roll a dexterity check to make sure that you kind of can keep yourself upright and moving. You can also use your action to dash if you would like to gain more movement around the ice. However, you will have to roll your dexterity check with disadvantage if you choose to do that, because you will be kind of moving quicker across the ice. Cool. Yes, and the DC will also be slightly higher if you're dashing for that dexterity check as well. So just something to keep in mind. So let's start by rolling initiative, shall we, to see who gets that head start.
17.
12.
13.
Okay, so it'll be Roscoe. And then, is this the same initiative order as last time?
No, not completely, I think.
Tom and I have both 12.
And who's got the high dex out of both of you?
Got 17.
13. I got you.
Okay, yep, so
I'm
Floyd is
limber
first
and
this
still
time.
like a brick.
When you're not on your knees, you move a little faster.
We'll see. I'm probably going the wrong way.
He accidentally turns around as he starts and then starts like on the wrong way.
Zaps
Moves
to
in
say.
the
Never
same
said which
spot.
way. Yeah.
Okay, so just as a point of reference, everyone's movement is 25, I believe, except for Floyd's, who would be 30 feet. Is that correct?
Let me just double check. I don't think mine's more than 25. Where
Yes.
does that actually say that?
And D&D Beyond, it's like on the right next to your HP.
Oh yeah, 30 feet.
Because you're the tall
You're a
one.
tall boy.
Yeah.
Everyone else has got the legs. What in the legs? Okay, so we're going to have a really quick break before we jump into this dash across the ice. So we will catch you back here in like 5 minutes.
Did you say bake or break?
Alright, so I'm going to go bake on the break.
Okay.
welcome back from that quick break. We were jumping into the dash across the ice for this task. So our initiative order is Roscoe, Loaf, Floyd, and Davna. So that brings us to Roscoe. So as I mentioned, you do have your movement to move your full speed across the ice and just make a dexterity check just to make sure that you can keep your balance. And you do have your action to dash if you would like, but you'll be rolling with disadvantage on your dex check and it will be a slightly higher DC. So choice is yours.
I think that I'm going to dash the first one. Definitely. I think that's the right move.
So that's 5 feet total.
I think it's the wrong move. I think the strategic part of me is like, no, you definitely want to like Stephen Bradbury this and just not fail.
Right.
But Roscoe is dashing for sure.
Dashing across the ice.
And got a 10.
A 10 on your dex check. Alright, so as you go to like take off and you're like skidding, you move 10 feet before you lose your footing and feel your feet fly up from underneath you as you land onto the ice and your butt hurts and you can feel it like really cold like seeping through your pants. And you moved 10 feet this round. And you are now sitting on your butt.
That's a good thing about being so short. Like, literally don't take a lot of fall damage. In my case, I'll just die.
Okay, so as the Roscoe kind of takes off, Mr. Loaf, your roll.
Alright. Loaf hasn't skated since he was like 5 years old, and he did it once, and he fell, and he never touched it again. So he wants to dash, but I feel he has the inability to begin, so he's going to go for a regular ass roll. He's going like that, he's doing these ones. And... 12?
12. So as you're moving, you're kind of like count. You know that meme of like that guy that was like forever falling, but he never quite fell? That's you, and you move your full 25 feet, just kind of like wobbling as you go. That's 25 feet for you, Mr. Loaf.
Huzzah!
And you just see like kids like walking along the side, like keeping up with you, just like keep going.
These wobbling, doing these ones.
Lloyd, you're up.
So as I step onto the ice, my one skate gets stuck in the ice, and I try to pull it out, and as I do, I accidentally start going backwards. For a 8.
8, are you?
Disadvantage because I'm dashing.
All right, so as you go to move and you get like your 1 foot stuck and you start moving backwards and then you kind of like stumble forward and kind of like get on the ground and kind of like face to face with the ice as you're kind of like wobbling your feet up behind you, and you moved 10 feet this round, Mr. Floyd.
Right. Oh,
Davna.
that's a bit cold.
Right. I see everyone sort of struggling, and I think to myself, I live on a frozen lake right now. So I pull out my lute, and I start playing it as I step onto the ice just for a normal non-dashing movement. Mm-hmm. And I will roll a 4.
So as you kind of like bring out your lute, you're looking at everyone like, yeah, I'm used to this. And then you just take 1 step and... like that from underneath you, lute kind of like cascading up in the air and like bonking back down your forehead as you move.
Can't believe I'm winning.
You like look behind you and everyone's on the ground. And Davna, you have moved 10 feet this round. You guys, all 3 of you, were just kind of like sitting there looking at each other, like watching in the distance as Loaf is just like getting his way across.
Mountain, just arms flailing.
So once again, I'm down in their height, and it's working.
You're keeping pace.
Swim along there.
Always keep them guessing, eh?
Okay, Roscoe, you are on the ground currently.
So use half my movement to get up.
You must use your action to stand up. So you do not have the option to dash this turn. You must use your action to stand up, and then just roll your normal dexterity check.
And then, do we know how long it is? Do we know, like, is it 3 laps? Because Roscoe would have a real sense of, like, keeping his family proud, and he's probably now not going to dash until the last one.
Yes, so you definitely know that you have to pass the line like 4 times, so it's 3 laps.
Okay, so I will get up, and before what I was doing with the holding the thing was like, Roscoe didn't need to hold the thing. He was very comfortable, but he was told to hold the thing, so he was holding the thing.
Yeah.
Holding the pole, and like Loaf's like Roscoe's like adding support to the people, like trying to like hold it steady.
Hold it steady.
And like 25 feet.
Yep. So you get up and you're just kind of like, okay, all right, I got this. And then you just start skating with your momentum and you move 25 feet for a 35 feet total so far. Just gracefully moving along as you kind of like, you can see your mum in the distance kind of like jumping up and down, kind of like waving like a cheesecloth in the air from her eaten pastry. Tobit, you're up.
Alrighty. Keeping with the perfect technique. Get an 18.
18, yep. Another 25 feet as you just wobbling, you kind of like feel your knees like buckling together, and then you kind of just like stand still for a second to like steady yourself, and you're just gliding still. And then you start back up again. So that is an extra 25 feet for you, sir, for a total of 50 so far.
Woo! Lots of bread on the ice.
It's like the children just like keeping pace with you, like around the thing, just like, oh yeah, go! Floyd, you're up. So you must use your action. Yes, you must use your full action to stand up.
What if I don't want to stand up, but I just want to like wiggle across the ice?
I would say that if you wanted to use that, you would only be able to move half your movement, and you wouldn't be able to dash.
Okay.
Because you're like...
Okay, so I use my action to then get up and do a little breakdance, and then stop. And then I guess I can only use my bonus action to move? Is that...
So just your movement. It's just your normal movement, yeah.
So it's just a normal roll then, I guess, as well.
Yeah. So just a dex check.
I'll do that while holding my breath. That is a 17.
17. So as you kind of like do like a little bit of like a push up and then steadily like place your feet out, get your center of balance, and then stand up, and then begin gliding. As you hear the cheers from the crowd as they start like, you know, all your friends and family like cheering you on as you begin moving, and you move 30 feet for a total of 40 feet moved so far.
Oh yeah, this isn't so half bad. It's a little half-assed, but...
Davna, you're up, sir.
All right, so I'm just, as I'm lying face up on the ice, I'm just gonna be like, well, that was a bit embarrassing. So I get up, and I try and go again for an 8.
So like use your action to like, okay, steady yourself as you stand up, and then you take one step and then fall forwards this time as you just feel the skate just leave out from underneath you, and you kind of like land like on your chest, and you go like feel your breath leaving you. As you're there steadying yourself, you moved another 10 feet for a total of 20 feet this round.
Small steps.
This is great.
Love it.
Good thing it's not a combat situation. We won't be from the ice demon attack.
So Roscoe, as you're moving, you've got Loaf about 15 feet ahead of you as you're skating. Would you like to use your action to dash, or are you just going to use your movement and just roll a regular dex?
I'm just going to use a normal regular one. And I a 19, so I'm
19.
very laser focused, do the right thing, suppressing my urge to dash.
Just gliding along, just keeping a steady pace, not trying to outdo anything at this point. You're just like getting into a stride and just moving. And you can hear shh, 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 as you're skating, and shards of ice are starting to fly up as you move. As you move a total of 60 feet so far. Loaf, you're watching as Roscoe starts coming in from the inside, and he starts to overtake you.
As a ranger, my favorite terrain is ice rinks. But my lack of training means I still get no advantage. Anyway.
Should have been favorite terrain destination. Fuck.
I'm going to. How long is each lap?
Each 60 feet.
60 feet. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna stick with the standard to go. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Just a regular old 15.
15. So as you're going, you're like skating, and you kind of like start passing Roscoe a little bit as you're like, well, I guess not like skating like this. You were like, and like 1 foot up in the air as you're like gliding, and then kind of like fall forward onto the other one and like keep gliding. So that is
Hey, hang on a minute.
So your movement is 25 feet, correct?
Yeah.
So as you wobble your way past the line, as Roscoe is kind of like just coming up to it, and you feel that speed, and it's almost like the inertia of your movement is just like pushing you forward. You're kind of doing like a little squat a little bit as you're moving. As you move a total of 75 feet so far.
Yeah.
Floyd.
I try to become laser focused like Roscoe. I just focus on the task at hand and pretend like I'm only 5 feet tall.
It'd be less than 5 feet, I reckon.
4 foot, and I'm very tall for a halfling.
And I take some long strides and I'll try to dash.
All right, roll with disadvantage for me, please, sir.
Ooh, that one's cooked. Ooh. So with disadvantage, that one is actually 14.
14. So as you're gliding, you're moving, and then you feel like you got too far ahead of yourself. You feel your weight kind of like, as you're leaning forward, you feel it just, your weight kind of like starts to topple over. As you move forward and fall smack bang on your face again, your chest, and you feel your chin hit against the ice, and you only move 10 feet this round, sir, for a total of 50.
Oh, I almost had it.
I told you it's a high DC if you are trying to dash your way across the ice. So you can see as you're like moving, and then you can see Loaf is actually starting to like come like around the other side of the ring, kind of like starting to like overtake you. Davna, definitely you. Loaf has like skidded past you. It's like a couple feet ahead of you at this point on his second lap. You're up.
Hey, Loaf.
Right.
All right, so I'm gonna get up as Loaf passes me, and I'm just gonna try and stop being dizzy as I try to start skating again for another 8.
As you try.
Triple 8. Who are you trying to call?
Magic number. Magic number.
As you stand up, and you're like, all right, hey, Loaf. Skid forward, try and catch yourself a couple of times. You just can't do it. You almost do a tap dance on the ice before falling back onto your bum, kind of like sitting there on the ice, having moved another 10 feet for a total of 30 feet.
It's weird. Fishing, usually the lake's not solid.
I think he's very hungry because he keeps like 8.
So at this point, Roscoe, you are now passing Davna as well as you like in your stride.
So I want to roll with disadvantage, but rather than dashing, I want to use my bonus action to assist Davna as I pass him.
Absolutely. So as you kind of like, you're skating, you kind of like slow yourself down a little bit, like push your skates inwards, and like a spray of ice as you like kind of like reach down to like take his hand to like pull him back up again before you keep going.
I might see if I do that. Yes, that is definitely what I do.
So this like spray of ice kicking up as you kind of like slow your movement down a little bit, as you kind of like reach back on like one leg almost, and then grab his hand, and as you're moving, try and pull him upwards, and you move another 25 feet.
It's like one of those skating shows where this guy is lifting up the other one.
Figure skating.
Did I move 25 feet as well? Did he drag me along?
Not until your turn. So now, Loaf, and Roscoe have both moved a total of 75 feet. You guys are neck and neck.
Whew. All right. He's
Keep
gonna
him
keep.
comfortable.
He ain't
Didn't I
gonna
get
change
the
his
first-
technique.
Didn't I fall over at the start? Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
but you made
Draw
up
the
for
gun.
it.
Yeah.
I could potentially.
Overtake.
Whew. All right.
You only get one shot.
One opportunity.
Do not miss your
Chat
chance.
And
Mom
let it
spaghetti.
12, and you're not using your action to dash, correct?
Nope.
You are almost like not moving at this point, like not intentionally moving. You're just that inertia of the movement as you're just trying to hold yourself steady as you're just like gliding across the ice slowly.
You better never let it go.
Mom spaghetti. Spaghetti.
As you move another 25 feet for a total of 100 feet so far. So you're almost coming up to that finish line again
yeah.
for the second time.
I
Floyd.
don't think I've ever been this far away from my house. Well, I guess I'll have to get up again.
Yep.
So I'll get up, and then I get up again.
Never gonna keep me down.
And I will just try to do exactly what Loaf is doing.
Mhm.
Just slide.
So you
Pretend
just
like I'm
stand up
about
and
to
just
fall on
hope.
purpose and just slide.
Take me, wind. Take me, ice.
Sailing. This isn't
14.
skating, it's sailing.
14.
14. So as you stand up, you're like watching as Loaf is like starting to like come back around towards you. You just like you just brace yourself, and almost like as he passes, it's like the wind just like pushes you forward. It's like, yes,
No,
yes.
I will use my second wind.
You fart. It just pushes you forward.
Engaging hyper engine.
As you have passed the finish line for the second time on your second lap now for a total of 80 feet. Alright, Denver, you have advantage on your next dexterity roll. You have to use your action to stand up still, but you have your advantage on your next roll. Thanks to Roscoe as he.
All right, I get up because Roscoe's helped me up. I just go, thanks, Roscoe. And then I try and just normal skate because I can't dash. Well, I'm glad advantage because that was a 3. 20, not natural.
Yes! So you're like, yes, thanks, Roscoe. And then as he like pulls you forward, that's the movement that you need, and you just kind of do almost like what Loaf is doing. You just like ride it for a second. It's just like, yep, like so waiting to get that like that movement before you can start skating. You just wait to pick up that speed a little bit as you move 25 feet for a total of 55 so far.
Yeah, I've almost gone one lap.
Almost gone one lap.
Here's to hoping.
All right, Roscoe, you hear, thanks, Roscoe, as you help up Davna, and it's now your turn.
And I normal skate for a 10.
For a 10. So as you're moving, you're just like skating, and then you look out to your mum, and you can see her. She's like running to like kind of like keep up with you a little bit at this point, and then she trips. And you can see like the snow kind of like flying up around you, and then you like kind of like almost like turn to look, and you just lose your footing as it just kind of like your skates slip out from underneath you, and you move a total of 10 feet for that round for a total of 85, and you are now sitting on the ice.
It's turned into limbo real fucking fast.
Everyone is just like,
Where's that pole?
Loaf, Tobit, you're up.
Loaf
Captain Pastry.
thinks right now he is being guided by the gods themselves. There's nothing else that could have this make any sense. And he is
Also,
just
foul order.
rolling with the flow. And it's just going to keep it straight, keep it simple. Just one roll as it is. That's a natural 20!
Yay! So as you're just, you're like not even moving at this point. You are just like knees like locked in together, like feet straight, just gliding. You are just gliding to move another 25 feet of your movement for a total of 125. So your bum has not touched ice as of yet.
Whoever's helping me up there. Thank you.
Floyd, you're up.
This time I'll try not to dash.
Okay.
Instead, I will simply just wiggle across the ice. I'm too afraid to fall. That is an 8.
So as you wiggle, and then as you kind of like go to like, you're like, okay, and then you go to like take a step, and then it's all over, Red Rover. As soon as you go to make any sort of actual movement, you just feel this skate slip out from underneath you, bum on the ice, kind of like falling back and like hitting your head a little bit as you're kind of like looking up towards the snow as it's falling down. Moving 10 feet for that round for a total of 90 feet.
I can see my house from here.
Davna, you're up, son.
All right, I'm feeling inspired after finally actually moving, so I'm going to try and dash.
All right, here you go. Roll a
Just to try and
disadvantage
catch
for
up
me.
to everyone. Okay. So that'll be a 9.
Okay,
Which is
all
still
right.
higher than all my normal rolls.
You're like, okay, I got this. I'm moving. I'm not moving. As you just like feel like you just like stumble forward a couple of times. You can feel the ice underneath, like, and then you just fall back straight onto your face, onto the ice. You can feel your clothes like sticking to the ice a little bit as it's like so cold and dry. You try to like stand up and it's just like attached to the ice still. So you move.
I imagine I just sort of slide up right next to Roscoe where he is and just like, hey.
Yeah.
Just on your back.
No, like,
You're like seal on the ice, just like, hey.
These are
So
your
that is-
champions, people.
I thought you were good at ice skating. What? You live on a frozen lake.
It's not frozen all year round. Alright, so that's a total of 65 feet for you so far, Davna.
One left.
Roscoe, you're up. You are currently on the ground and you see your mum from like the snowbank kind of like look up and give you like a thumbs up and just go, keep going!
Roscoe gets up and gets back on the wagon.
There's the wagon?
Seamlessly,
Oh, it makes so much easier.
seamlessly skates for a 21.
Awesome. So as you're going, you're like, okay, mum's fine. She gave me the thumbs up. She's all good. She told me to keep going, stand up, and then to start gliding again as you move another 25 feet for a total of 100 feet so far. And you can see Loaf kind of like 25 feet ahead of you. Loaf, you're up, sir.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Wiggle.
Standard roll, that's 12.
Well, so as you're going, you're just like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And then as you kind of like slow down a little bit, as like the lack of movement kind of like starts to keep up with you, you do a little like thrust, and then you just keep gliding for another 25 feet. For a
He's just doing
total
this.
of 150 so far, and you can see that finish line coming up. Floyd, you're up.
All in.
All in.
Oh, I can't because I have to get up though. Damn
Yep,
it.
you have to get up. You have to
Straight
use your
roll for
actions
this
to get up.
one.
I get in and I get up again,
Yep.
Never gonna get you down.
and I will simply just start and close my eyes and hope for the best. For a 18.
So as you go and you stand up and kind of like steady yourself and you close your eyes, and then you feel like as Roscoe passes you, and you're just like, yes. And then you just kind of like move and then glide like 1 foot in the air almost. It's just kind of like sail for 30 feet of movement. So you are catching up. So that is 120 feet total for you.
Woohoo! Much better when I don't know what I'm doing.
Damn your long legs.
All right, Davna.
All right. I'm going to get up, and I know at this point there's no chance of me winning. So I'm actually just going to skate over to my loot that I dropped before and try and pick it up. For a 9.
So as you like wobbly like try to stand up, you take like one step towards it, and then you just kind of like do the shuffle on the ground before falling forward again. Can't quite keep your footing. So you've moved 10 feet. So you passed the line. You know, you're on your second lap, which is good.
Just spent all of it on my face.
If only someone had dropped all this pig's milk on the ice.
All right, Roscoe, you're up, gliding.
I don't think it's time yet. I think I'm going to do a normal roll. 120. Yep. And Roscoe just sticks to the normal. Just going to ignore what everyone else is doing at the moment. And just escape for an 18.
For an 18, so as you just keep going, you're gliding, and the children are like running alongside you. You can hear your mum shouting out to you from the sidelines as you keep going for a total of 125 feet.
Was that a skating?
How much psychic damage this time?
1d10.
1d10. All right, got it. I'm dead, guys. I'm out. I'm out. I've been doing it. I just took 8. I'm out.
That's all I had to do.
I just had to close my eyes.
What if you close your eyes?
Alright, Loaf, you're up, bud. You are so close to that finish line. You can see it.
None of us are human.
Have to do it with disadvantage. Win with style.
So here's the thing, even if I succeed on a standard one, it pulls me to 175, which is 5 feet shy of the finish line. So either I gotta push it now and go for the glorious win, or...
No, it's another lap after that.
No, it's not. It's a
No,
total of
180
100, and it's a total of 180 feet, and he's currently at 150.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have dashed. Anyway, that's right.
Oh, do I do it?
Yes.
Let's do it. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. And you know what else he's gonna do? Not only is he gonna do it, he's slowing down, he's getting the thrust. He's gonna have to actually push with his feet for the first time properly. He's gonna try push and go into a penguin dive to slide across the finish.
Please. Come on.
Even if I didn't dash, I would have fucked it.
So as you're moving, you're like, yes, I got this. And as you go to move into the penguin dive, you just feel your feet finally giving way as you stumble and fall, only moving 10 feet that round for a total of 160.
Brilliant. I imagine it's almost like no momentum at all, really. It's just like that fast change was the last of the sliding and then just pushed, literally went straight up and straight down. Like no forward momentum.
Okay, Floyd, you're up, friend.
I get up again.
Mhm.
And I will
25th
give it
time's the charm.
another go. I don't really have anything else I can do. I just continue with my eyes closed.
Mhm.
Ooh, that is a 21.
So as you're moving, you're gliding, and as you're gliding with your eyes closed, you actually start to come up on Loaf now.
Wait,
Because
did I fall last time?
No, you didn't.
Oh, can I change that to do it with disadvantage?
Yep, disadvantage.
With that.
Natural
get?
20 on the second one. So still 20.
So you get the first one.
21?
So, as you are, you kind of pick up speed, and as you're moving, you move, as you're gliding, exactly 180 feet as you skid across the line. After all that struggle at the start, all the falling, as you kind of skid by Loaf, and on one foot just before you fall, crossing the finish line, as the crowd erupts into cheers and starts clapping as Mr. Klaus moves over towards the edge of the ice and holds out the pole for anyone that needs assistance getting off the ice.
Well, I'm never doing this again.
I just wave my hand up. Help. Help, please.
I imagine Loaf just sees sorry, sees completely blanked your name. Sorry, Floyd. Sees Floyd just rush by, just doesn't move, and is just immediately so disheartened. It's just lying on his face on the thing, just slowly like spinning and sliding. Just.
And you actually see like some of the children starting to like step out onto the ice to like offer anyone a hand that like needs help getting up. These like 4 and 5-year-olds are just like, yeah, come on.
Leave me be.
Roscoe's really frustrated, which is interesting because Jacob's also frustrated because he got the maths wrong.
I was just skating. I have no idea when we were done.
And goes up to Floyd. Well done, Floyd.
Are we done?
Yeah, you won.
Oh!
I wanted to dash like that. I should have done it last. It was too slow.
But you're doing pretty well the whole time, though. So I just had one lucky moment.
Yeah, it's the long legs, isn't it?
I'm not sure the legs really helped, to be honest. But yeah.
Yeah.
Most of my skating was on my ass.
I can say that legs are better than your nose.
Well, it depends on how big your nose is. I mean, in your case, it's pretty much. Yeah, no,
It's pretty flat at the moment.
Davner, I really thought this was your race.
Thank
I
you.
thought you were going to have it.
Thanks for the hand. Like that was literally the only time I actually got some distance. I don't know exactly what happened. I skate every year, but I guess this ice is just not as smooth as the ice back home.
Yeah. You know what I love about this loaf? You know what I love about this competition? I've never got to participate before, but the first one, I thought you were going to win for sure, and then I won it. And then the second one, I thought Davner was going to win, and then you, apart from a bit of luck, you were the standout.
Yep. No, I didn't believe it either. So yeah, that makes sense, mate. Yeah, I didn't believe it at all.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You want to do it again?
No.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, double or
The
nothing.
task. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Mr. Klaus, he steps forward, goes, and we have our winner of the second task. Congratulations to our very own Floyd Jensen here in the crowd. Is clapping and whooping, and you know some of your friends and family are like coming up and like dusting like ice and stuff off of you, or just like shaking like the snow. And your mum comes over, Roscoe, and starts like lifting up like the hem of your pants and stuff, and like making sure it's not too wet. And the crowd cheers, and you know they move towards you with like water skins and mugs of ale and like cheersing. Goes, well, I'm sure that we could all do with a touch of rest at this point. The next task you can do is sitting down. So you know that'll be good for you. Some of you may have a sore bottom at this point, so we'll see if we can grab a cushion or something. Dear, could you grab a cushion? Yes, she's on it. She'll get the cushion for anyone that needs one. So, come on, everyone, back up the hill and follow me. And he starts leading you back up the hill, up towards the marketplace again. So he stops every few minutes, actually, under the guise of admiring the landscape, but he's like leaning on the pole, like, and like the children are like running like up and down, like the hill, and he's like,
Pooh. All those birds are really pretty too.
yes, aren't they? They're just magnificent beauty, natural beauty we've got out here. Yeah. And he, like, his wife comes up and like hands him a water skin, and like downs half of it, like dribbling out of his mouth. He's like, oh, right. Eventually, he leads you back to the marketplace, where a few of the villagers are still mingling around some of the stalls that are still being manned here. The only difference now is that there's a long table in the center of the marketplace.
Eating competition.
This table is filled with all sorts of herbs, spices, and different types of liquids in mismatched jars. Behind the table, along one side, sits a row of stools, one for each of you. And a few lanterns sit on the table so that you could use them for light, as the jolly man in red indicates for you all to take a seat at one of those three-legged stools that are currently waiting. And Mrs. Klaus kind of comes forward with a potato sack that's filled with feathers. She kind of rolls it up and puts it down on a couple of the chairs, and she's like, yes, sit down.
You can give one of the others my question.
And puts it down.
Just to confirm, does this look like it's a competition involving eating of some sort?
No, it does not.
Oh, okay.
I think it's a competition
fight.
involving not being poisoned.
Fair.
My constitution is so bad that if I eat anything, I'll just die anyway.
Good to know.
Potato chips.
Table.
So the stools are placed at an even 10 feet apart from each other.
Oh no.
So that you can't actually interact. And you each have exactly the same component in front of you on this table. They range from regular items that you'd use on a daily basis and others that you're not so familiar with. There are things such as little bowls of coal powder, sprigs of rosemary and thistle, brightly coloured dried flowers, round red berries, what looks to be animal knuckles, tufts of fur, wings and legs from insects, stalks of wheat, a few small eyeballs that might be from a toad or a lizard, and various vials and jars of liquids. You also each have a strange device in front of you. A gas flame and an empty vial atop an iron stand.
Intelligence.
So we're summoning a devil, right? That's the components, the summoning a devil.
So, Mr. Klaus stands and addresses the crowd as some of them leaning forward, and some of the kids try to lift their hands up to take some of the berries before their parents come and quickly snatch them away and drag them backwards. And Mr. Klaus is like, no. So, Miss Heger has generously provided us with the equipment that we need for today's third task. My friends, and he addresses the crowd with a large gesture. Our champions will need all of their wit and knowledge and herb lore and alchemy to pass this challenge. He turns and gives a sly wink to all of you, grinning slightly before he turns back to the crowd. Our champions will have half an hour to brew a potion, ladies and gentlemen. One that we all know and love, a potion of health. Now, Miss Heiger assures me that nothing on this table is poisonous. She's also offered to test each of the potions for us and be the judge for this challenge. So thank you very much to Miss Heiger over here. And a scrawny, mousy-haired looking woman with a cane steps forward and looks at you. She's got a hunchback and a wide smile with thin, wiry glasses perched atop a crooked nose. And she goes, as a treat, you'll all be given the opportunity, if needed, to have a quick talk with me if you find yourself in a bind. Mr. Klaus nods and goes, use her wisely, friends. She is very knowledgeable on all these sorts of things, so you'll each have a chance to speak with her if you need to. So, let me explain this quickly for you. So for this challenge, you will need to make a series of either medicine or arcana checks for this challenge. It's your choice which one you would like to use. You can also make a general intelligence check before each roll if you would like, to determine which ingredients go in which
Doesn't
order.
matter.
All right. The first player, obviously, to succeed in brewing their potion on a certain number of checks will win the point. Does anyone have any questions before we begin?
I really appreciate that I think we're all in the same position.
Do everyone have -1?
You've created this really, I really like this challenge. I think it's a really cool, wisdom versus intelligence challenge. I think the construction's excellent and is irrelevant because we've all just got zeros.
I feel like we're gonna kill this old lady.
For sure, definitely 0. Yeah.
Oh, you're minus.
Wait, what do you mean 0? So you're the better one.
I'm okay.
I got -1.
I'm in the lead because I'm 0 across the board.
I have a +2 in wisdom, but a -1 intelligence.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, good. Yep, good. I'm glad that this is I'm glad because I really think that this is a well done.
This is really good.
Yep. Sorry, in character, my question is... So we don't have to shield test the potions for us? Oh, that's good.
Yes, Miss Higer is very, very knowledgeable. She creates all of the potions and bits and bobs, for the village here. So if she looks at it and thinks that she might afterwards, then she won't actually drink it, and you'll probably not get the point. Anything we're hoping for something that is drinkable. If we get more than that, then bully for us.
And can we ask her a question? Is that you mentioned something about her assistance? Is it like red button, everyone else stops, or is it like she'll assist us with the next step in our process? Can you explain that?
Absolutely. So, Miss Higer, if you put up your hand, no one needs to stop. She will just come over to you and kind of have a look at what you're doing and help you to determine what you need to do next. Out of character, just so you know, she will give you advantage on one check, or you can allow her to roll for you for the next check that you make.
Definitely roll. I have have you seen the show I don't know, what's the I've in my mind it's Nailed It. Nailed It is that the name of the show?
The social media, like where they have to bake stuff from like Pinterest
yeah. Oh no, there's a show. Is that become a meme based on the show? There's like a cooking show that's like takes and Nailed It's a thing on that cooking show. It's a man. Yeah. I'm so bad at the internet.
Okay, so let's begin with an initiative roll. This will just determine like the actual order everyone's doing in this at once from the player's side of things, but it's just so that we have an order to actually see what everyone's doing. Make it work the quickest.
I really like the dice work.
21.
Ooh.
13.
6.
All right, so we got Floyd, then we've got
17.
Robert, and then we've got Davna, and then we have Roscoe. Okay, so you will have the chance to call on Miss Higer if you would like during this, but only once.
Okay, through the whole thing, right?
Through the whole thing,
okay.
and you have.
And we don't know how long it will take. Yeah.
So it'll in game it's half an hour. But you'll be you have to get a series of successful checks, just like the other rounds, and the first one to reach that series. But also, if you fail consecutively a number of checks, you will be disqualified. So just as a note, so keep that in mind when you want to call her in, because the failure consecutively as well.
Okay.
Because you will ruin your potion beyond salvageableness.
Cool.
Right, so first we have Floyd. You can make a medicine check or an arcana check. Your choice.
Can I call her over right away?
You can.
I just give her all the ingredients.
Right. So she looks towards you and she goes, right, well, the first thing, she kind of looks to make sure that no one else is looking and listening. She kind of leans down next to you. Goes, first thing that we want to do is to add the water. And she picks up the jar of water and pours it into the vial, and it starts like bubbling and like boiling a little bit in the stand. And then she takes a couple of sprigs of different herbs and pops them in. And you can see the color start to change like a muddy brown. And she rolled way above. Yeah, she's good. So that is one successful check for you, Floyd.
So can we just verify? They didn't say we had to use the ingredients in front of us. They just said that we could use them.
No, they said that you have to to use these ingredients to create the potion.
But didn't say we only could use them?
I think it's implied.
Gonna use my pig's milk.
Ooh. I think that's like an automatic failure.
Do that on a failure. When he double failure.
Okay, next we have Tobit.
All right. Tobit is going to instinctually dip his hands into his flour, being that he's always baking and making sure things don't stick. And then it's going to start going at it, playing with a few. It's like, I feel like them things are always red, so let's start with I don't know. These berries look red. Let's crack them in. And I'm going to go for a medicine check.
Mhm.
For a 13?
13. So as you kind of like pop them in, and then you think, oh no, I've got to add liquid in as well. And then you like reach and you like pour like a little bit of water in, and then you watch the berries start to like dissolve into the water as it starts bubbling. And that is a success.
Nice.
That ain't going to kill me, not yet.
Just berries and water. I'd hope not. All right, Davna.
All right, I'm just gonna look at all the ingredients and just grab one at random and chuck it in. I'm gonna do a medicine check on it. When it's not cocked. 14.
14. So as you're like looking around, you kind of like, oh right, and then you reach forward, grab some of the water, pour it in about halfway, and then just grab like some berries and like one of those little eyes and like toss them both in, and you watch as it starts boiling, and like this like reddish steam starts emanating from the top, and that is a success for you.
Well, at least it looks the right color.
Which is a bonus. Alright, Roscoe, you're up.
I would like to very carefully watch everyone else and try and copy the person that I think that what's the lady's name?
Miss Hyger.
Miss Hyger. I want to watch Miss Hyger and try and watch who she thinks of the first 3 people has done the right thing.
Well, she's currently helping
Doing
Floyd. So she's standing with Floyd
She's making my
currently.
potion.
Putting things into his vial. So roll a perception check for me.
That's what I was going for. The one positive stat I have. And it wasn't an excellent decision to do that. 19.
19. So like watching, even though she's got her back to you and she's trying to like cover, you can see that the arrangement on all of your stations is exactly the same. It's identical. So you see what she picks up and then puts back down, and you can see like it. Okay, I know that was what that is. So you can roll your next check with advantage.
Yes. Okay.
Because you know what it is that she picked up and put down.
Cool.
Nice.
So you can roll that now.
Oh, roll again. That's handy. Alright, roll a 1. Oh wait, I get to reroll ones. And a really high, and 2 16s. I rolled 2 16s. I never rolled one.
So
Don't do
looking over towards what was put back down at Floyd's station as Miss Hyger steps away and begins walking up and down like behind you all. You kind of like copy that and you say, yes, and you pick up the water, pour it in, grab a couple sprigs of rosemary, pop it in along with a red berry, and then starts boiling and frothing at the top for a success.
Woo.
Floyd, you're on your own this time, bud. What would you like to do?
So, did I notice that he saw that?
I would say no.
I am simply just gonna give it a go then, because I can't really use her anymore. I would like to try to do a... So, can I do a survival check?
Medicine or Arcana?
Arcana. I'm just gonna grab random shit. That's a natural 1, but I can re-roll them.
Hey.
Natural 20. Oh!
So as
The
you
roller
are,
coaster was real.
You were really
as you're,
lucky and it fell out.
pulling things, and then as you are like picking up a couple of like ingredients from across the stand, you pick up like 3 or 4 of them, and as you're like kind of like holding them up to see what they are, a couple of sprigs like just fall into the potion, and then you watch as it just starts like swirling, and you see the color getting like deeper and deeper. You're not quite sure what it was that landed in there, but whatever it is, it looks like it's doing something. And with that natural 20, I will give you 2 successes.
There we go.
All right, Tobit, you're up.
Okay. Tobit is gonna Yeah, no. As soon as Misaiga sort of steps away from Floyd's table, he's immediately just Misaiga, here.
Yes. Yes. Oh, of course.
Look, yeah, I know how to mix things. You just gotta point me in the right direction. I'm happy to do it myself. I'm gonna
Right.
go for advantage.
I think that if we add in some of these ones over here, these are really, really good for upset tummies, and these ones over here are very, really good if you got the headache. So maybe add some of those in.
All right.
Advantage.
That's an 18.
So as you pick them up, exactly the things that she told you to pick up, grab them, pop them in, and then little plumes of smoke and steam start issuing out of it, and like swirling in like a reddish color before dissipating into the air for a success.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, Devna.
Right. I'm going to. It looks like the right color. That's a good start. I'm
Alright.
going to grab a few more jars and sort of eeny, meeny, miny, moe them, and then chuck one of them for with a medicine check for a 19.
19. So he's like, this one looks closer to red than this one does. And he's kind of like unscrew the top, pour about half of it in, and then watch as the vial fills up. And then you watch as the two liquids are like separate, and then they just kind of like move and swirl into each other as it starts boiling and creates this really deep red color. And then as you're like smelling the steam coming off the top of the vial, it smells quite pleasant. And you think that this might be drinkable after all. So that's another success for you.
Halfling luck.
Or just luck.
Once become 20.
Roscoe.
So I watched what she did, so I think I'm just gonna do a straighter, and it's an 11.
11. So pouring, you're picking a couple of the ingredients and popping it in. You watch as the concoction starts to boil and thicken, but in a way that doesn't look like it's supposed to be, as it starts getting like this weird skin on top. And you also, you're almost like, ugh, and then kind of like turn up the heat a little bit to kind of like hopefully boil that out of it. And that is a failure. Okay. Floyd, you kind of smell this weird smell from coming from the station next to you. She kind of like look over.
Ooh.
It's your turn.
Suddenly I realized that he's making mashed potatoes over there. I am going to do another Arcana check. And just grab random shit and put it in. No idea what I'm doing. That is 2.
I like how you had to check.
Just make sure it was only -1. So 2.
So you're like, yep, I got the hang of this. And like, picking something random worked last time as you go and you pick up one of those, it looks like a lizard's tail, and it's still wriggling a little bit as you kind of like lean back and like drop it in, and then you watch as the skin like boils off it instantly, and then the bone or like cartilage of the tail actually like drifts down to the bottom and leaves this like black mark at the very bottom of the vial, and that is a failure.
I'll just say, yeah, this lizard's tail is definitely the right way to go.
Tobit, you're up.
I'll make an insight check.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you roll a deception check for me, please, Floyd?
That's a 3.
That's a 3? I got a 4.
And do not put the lizard's tail in the thing.
You think that...
just about to wait.
That was close.
Wait a minute.
Humans.
I need something to I don't know, this looks good. I'm gonna throw in a handful of herbs or something. Medicine.
6.
Yep.
As you go, and you're like reaching forward for a thing of herbs, and it looks like cloves, and then you pick it up and you go to like pop it in there. As you're putting it in, you realize it's coal powder, and you're like, shit, as you watch as it starts like broiling up, and like the smell of like old coal, like wet coal, is like drifting upwards. And that is a failure for you, my friend.
Accidentally put the tail in anyway.
Wait a minute. Oh crap.
Davna.
All right, I'd like to call her over and ask her to help me out.
Comes over. Oh yes. What have we got so far?
Not for the advantage, for the hurt. I don't exactly know what I've put in here, but it's red. That's great, I think.
Yes, absolutely. So let me. I think that maybe we should add a little bit of spice to that one. And she reaches over and grabs a pinch of like spices, like peppers and stuff. She grabs them and puts it into the potion. And she rolls. Yeah, no, that's fine. Great. She puts it in, and it's like.
I'm wondering, while she's doing that, can I cast Charm Person on her?
Is that a wisdom save?
Yeah, of 12.
All right. Let me just pull up her stats quickly. Wisdom. Yeah, no, that's a what's that? That is a 19 plus 5.
Okay.
She kind of like looks over like her like little spectacles towards you as she puts in the pinch of peppers, and then as she walks away, she like smacks you on the back of the head and goes, "Put her head
Yeah,
down
I
and do
deserve
your
that.
work."
I deserve that. All right.
None of that. So that is a success for you, but barely. Roscoe.
I don't think this looks good. Can you help me fix it?
She like walks over towards you like, try and show me. Yes, what is it? What is it there?
I put this in last time, and I'm a bit muddled now because that was the wrong thing. So I did the wrong thing, and I want. How do I fix it? Can you make it back to the thing?
Yes, so she kind of like picks it up and like swirls it around a little bit. Now she's swirling it, you can see it like the clumps starting to like disappear and like rising to the top, and then she just pulls out like a long spoon and just scoops it out and kind of like splats it onto the floor and goes, there we go. Now what if we add a little bit of this one? I always find that the floral scent is really, really good for these potions. And she picks up some dried flowers and holds it over the potion and drops in a couple. Are you getting her to roll for you, or are you rolling with advantage?
Yeah, I want her to roll. Yep.
Yep, that's all good. So she drops it in. That is a success for you. Okay. Now we have Floyd.
All right.
So you have one failure as of your last one.
Does it seem like Denver has done the right thing the whole way through? Or have he fucked up too?
Roll a general insight check to see if you can see, like, you know, what he's portraying on his face.
Nope. He looks like he's fed.
He just looks like he's concentrating. You're not quite sure whether it's like a good concentrating, a confused concentrating. He just looks like he's concentrating on something. You can't really gather what it is.
Who's the closest one to me?
So you have Denver on one side and you have Roscoe on the other side. They're both 10 feet away from you on each side.
So I'm gonna grab one of the ingredients, and I'm gonna stretch, and I say, "Oh, look at that bird!" And I'm gonna try to drop one of my ingredients into his.
Into whose?
Denver's.
Okay, he's 10 feet away, and it's like a little vial, like on a stand.
Master.
So, Davna, I will get you to make a perception check for me, to
Alright.
see if you can like see this coming. And Floyd, I'll get you to make a dexterity check with disadvantage to see if you can get something in, like a tiny little vial.
I'm so glad I have reroll nat ones. I got a 10.
With disadvantage, 19.
So you don't even see this coming. You like kind of like look up at the bird, and then you just hear this little like And you look back, and your potion is like sizzling a little bit. And you just think, oh yeah, the heat must be trying to get to it. I'm going to roll a d6. Odds, it's a good thing, and evens, it's a bad thing. So you
I
may
just
have put
fucked it
the
up.
right ingredient into his potion for him.
It'll be odd, because ones are my thing.
It's a 6.
Dang it.
So that was a
So
good
it's-
thing, wasn't it?
Was it good or bad?
For you, it was bad for Danvia.
Yeah. So it was a failure.
Yep.
Okay. So obviously I did that. I don't know if I'm good to put stuff in my own as well.
Nope.
No,
So
cool.
that would be your action
That's fair.
to do that.
I rolled the dice to see which one of them it was, and it was just him. Sorry.
All right.
It's okay,
Tobit.
I've gotten success ever so far.
Only one failure.
So I was gonna look at it after all that sort of like all those fumes came out of it, and just like you've saved pies in worse situations than this. I don't know why he's suddenly John.
Sean just walks
Speed
like
up.
walks in the background like you've
Come
got
on.
worse pies than
Saved
this.
pies worse than this. You're right. I have.
Cameo. The prequel.
Yeah, all right. Gonna look around and close his eyes and just go for something. Medicine check. Keep it simple. Natural one.
That was very simple.
Because you're halfling, re-roll it. Oh no, you're a dwarf.
Dwarf.
He's small enough.
He's the only one that can't re-roll it.
Look, I can pick things up. All right, that's what I can do.
So as you go and you pick up, you're kind of like looking at like the black, like outline, like the coal dust that you accidentally put in, and it's like the smoke is like getting in your eyes as it starts to like hiss, and like spitting up, and you go and you pick up a random ingredient. Let's just say it's like one of those little eyes from a lizard, and you just like drop it in, and then you watch as it like sizzles in the smoke, and steam actually turns green and black, as it starts like popping out of the top of the vial, and that is 2 consecutive failures for you.
Just trying to cover it up. Not sure my failures, but just keep it secret. Keep it secret.
This is a challenge that's not about succeeding. It's about not failing.
looks like Tobit invented diarrhea potion.
Come on down if you're having trouble. Again.
Anima.
I thought the last one was about Stephen Bradbury. This one is definitely the Bradbury challenge.
Right, Davna, as you turn to look up from the bird and you look back down, you see your potion is like hissing a little bit, and there's a little bit of like grey steam coming from the top here. You're not quite sure why, but it's starting to smell a little bit like rotten eggs.
Unless she was very upset with me about that spell, I'm sure it's fine.
Put it somewhere.
I'm just gonna grab another vial and just at random and just pour it in for 15.
So as you're like swirling it together, and then you pick up the other vial and you're swirling it, and then you pick it up and you're like, this is kind of looking a little bit purple now. Let's just try and add in a little bit more of this like orange, like citrus extract, and you like pour it in, and you watch as the purpleness starts to die down, and it starts to get that golden, like that reddy color again, and that is a success.
Sabotage doesn't work.
Roscoe.
Can I wanted to do what Tom did before Tom did it.
Sorry.
So I'm in a bit of a struggle because Roscoe wouldn't have been watching, but I kind of want to perceive to see if he did it, even though he rolled really high, because I'm gonna try. I had the same idea.
I want you to make a general intelligence check for me to see if you would have fallen for the look, it's a bird, and like looked over.
I didn't. Okay, so I didn't. I'm frustrated by the concept of this. She's just helped me out. Has Loaf been officially disqualified? Have we seen that he got disqualified? No, he's just fucked it up. Okay. He's gonna
You
keep
can
trying.
just smell this like
He's gonna
like-
keep trying even though.
this like burning smell coming from his station.
No, I'm just gonna keep going at my work. And
13. So as you're like looking around, you're trying to like decipher like which one of these ingredients would make the most sense, and then you kind of like lean down and like smell them. This one smells the best, and you pick up a couple of the dried flowers and crumble them up and pop them in, and you watch as these like little like bursts of color start coming from the top of your vial, and that is a success.
Nice.
Floyd.
So I have completely lost track of all my ingredients because I threw one of them away. So I just take everything that's in the vial, like everything that's been mixed in, and I just pour it into one of the other vials with all the other ingredients.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a 16.
16. So as you're like mixing them together, you're just like, I can't remember which one. Well, we'll just combine them both, and then you just pour it in, and you watch as it starts like swirling and swirling. You pop it back down onto the stand, and it starts bubbling. And as it's bubbling, you can see these little, almost like jelly pearls, kind of like starting to like pop and then like disintegrate back in, and it looks like it's almost like self-mixing it at this point, and that is a success.
Yeah, just definitely do that. That works.
Tobit, you're up.
All right. Tobit's gonna scrounge around, grab what he thinks is dried flour. We'll find out. He's gonna crush it up, put it in, put his thumb over the thing, and give it a shake.
Yes.
We're gonna see what happens. That's an 11.
11. So as you kind of like pop it in, you crumble it up, put your thumb over it like a cork and shake it up, and then you feel it getting hotter and hotter in your hand as you're shaking and shaking, and then all of a sudden the pressure that's building up inside the potion like flicks your thumb off it like with the force, and it just starts spraying everywhere, and Miss Hyga comes over towards you and kind of like puts her hand down over the potion, just goes, sorry dear, I think it's
No, it's fine. It's fine.
no, don't drink it, don't drink it.
I'm sure it's fine.
It's just this like caustic, like bitter tasting, like disgusting. Make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Yeah. 24.
You don't throw up, but it does taste rancid.
Like limoncello.
I think I threw up.
And
Just from
you
watching
are
that.
disqualified from this round.
Ugh.
Right,
Best
Davna,
of
you smell the smell and see the sights to be seen at the other end of the table as Tobit's potion just explodes everywhere, and you can just smell it.
I smell victory.
I'm gonna turn around to the crowd and ask them to select a vial for me.
All right.
The bad move.
So you just see like some of the kids like yelling out towards you. Put the pink one in. Put the pink one in. No. You gotta put the flowers in. The flowers in. No, he's already put the flowers in. No, you gotta put this vial in. Put that vial in. The purple one.
Okay. I'm gonna pick the kid in the middle.
All right. So that was the flowers.
Yep. 7.
7. Just you go and you're like, did I already put these in? I can't even remember. And you go through and put it in, and then you watch as it starts like bubbling and hissing a little bit, and like this froth starts like rising to the top. You don't think that that's how it's supposed to look at this point.
You need to pay more attention, child. I already put those in. Right, now I need to pay more attention.
Roscoe.
Before I start, I just really appreciate that Laura's added the Kiwi accent into her random accent repertoire. Is that Daniel? Have you got? Are you putting on the Kiwi accent, or have you got it as a natural?
Like, this is my
Kiwi?
normal voice right now. Whatever I'm doing.
You're a
while I'm
Kiwi?
acting is I'm South Australian.
Okay, that makes sense. I got it. Because it wasn't right. Because your Kiwi accent isn't good. And that makes sense because you're South Australian, not Kiwi. Got it. Me and you together. Combined. Gives Laura.
Our powers combined.
It's like the Infinity Gauntlet just with like accents.
Roscoe. I think he's just gonna do his job. Not very well. And that is an 11.
11. So, as you're like looking at the ingredients, you're trying to ward off the smell, like of the station next to you, as this like that grey and green steam starts like floating past. Just like waving it off, and you just go reach forward, pick up a random ingredient, throw it into the vial, and then just watch as it starts hissing and like spinning upwards. That is a failure.
Worst part about this one is it sticks to the teeth. It solidifies.
Like gummy.
Was that glue?
Okay, Floyd.
I am going to do a medicine check because I'm obviously great at that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna inspect it to see if it looks like... I don't even know what a fucking health potion looks like. I'm just gonna try. Some random ingredient. Oh, look at this fingernail. I'm not even sure if that's an ingredient or if that's mine. Oh, I think it's an ingredient. That's 17.
17 go, and you get this fingernail that you found on the... You're like, yeah, this looks like an ingredient. You pick it up, pop it in, and then you watch as the potion, like sitting there, just starts glowing brightly before dimming down and settling in the vial. And you have succeeded in brewing the potion.
Right, I think that was a toenail, to be honest. I'm not really sure about this. I don't really...
That's ingredient calcium. You just chose the weirdest way.
And Miss Hyger kind of like rushes forwards towards you and like picks it up and goes, "It's time, my friends. Let's come and gather around and see what our champions have concocted for us." I mean, she's walking. She starts at the end with Topit and she kind of goes and hands it back to you before moving down to...
There's a little left. I left a little bit for you. Just a little.
I can smell it from here.
Yes.
And then she goes over towards Roscoe and goes, "Oh, yes, this is, well, it was getting there. It's getting there. I think you know, a little bit more practice. Come see me sometime and I can show you how to do it." And sit down. Goes over towards Floyd and kind of like picks him up.
Can I try and sneak in another ingredient before she comes over?
Make a sleight of hand check for me, please, against her perception.
Sleight of hand. That'll be 11.
Yep, she rolled a natural 16 plus 1.
He doesn't like it.
As she like looks over, she's like kind of like walking towards Floyd, and you're next to Floyd, and she kind of like looks at you as your hand is like above the vial, and you just kind of like like slow your hand back down. Have to keep an eye on this one over here. He's playing all sorts of tricks. And she kind of like looking at you, Abner, just kind of just like as she picks up Floyd's vial, gives it a shake and goes, "Right, I think so far this is the best one. This is very, very good. Good job, Floyd. I wouldn't have expected this from you, but
to be honest, I didn't expect anything from myself either."
And she puts it back down, and then as she's walking over towards Davnis, she stumbles a little bit, and as she does, she like bangs her hand on the table, and your vial like falls off and smashes on the ground. She goes, "Oh, what an absolute shame. I'm sure it was a really, really great potion, but unfortunately that is it's an inadmissible result."
I'm gonna bend down and try and lick it off the table. No, it's good. Look.
Good. And we have our winner. This is our winner. And she grins, like this like row of like yellowed teeth out towards the crowd as they begin cheering. And Mr. Klaus comes over and goes, "Oh, congratulations! Our dear Floyd has won the point for this round.
Right,
Very good, very good."
I guess I should get into the tea business.
He kind of like leans forward and like spills a couple of the ingredients as he's like kind of like leans forward onto the table to like grab the vial. He's like, "Oh, sorry, Miss Higer, dear, could you please assist me just clean this up mess we made? On to the next task, everyone. Come on, Floyd, you can drink that if you want. Apparently, it's quite a good one. You can drink it if you'd like."
Sure, I'll take it with me if that's cool.
As a
I'll
note,
take mine as well.
I'll put it in with the milk.
just mix it with the milk and you just watch it start curdling like in there.
Nothing's going on.
So he ushers you all upwards, and the crowd is beginning to like fall in behind your friend. Like your friends and family are like coming forward and like clapping you on the back, and some of your friends, Topet, are kind of like looking at your mouth. There's got like this kind of like green ooze like in the corner of your mouth, and they're just kind of like handing you like a mug of ale, like wash this down.
Yep. Yeah. When it mixes with the saliva, it sort of becomes like jelly. It's weird.
I think that's your teeth turning jelly. I give him my healing potion and I just drink it. I think
Mixed
you're in
with
trouble.
pig's milk.
Yeah.
It's mixed with pig's milk.
He'll go for it. It's a healing potion. He's doing whatever to get this out of his mouth.
So as a note, it's not actually a healing potion, it's a potion of health, which is more just like a herbal remedy type situation. Just like, it eases upset tummies and things like
It's
that.
like an infused tea.
Like an antacid, yeah.
No wonder we couldn't
Kombucha.
get it right.
It's just kombucha.
Yeah.
Healthy.
Yeah.
Probiotic.
It's an energy drink without the energy.
Yeah. Perfect. So as he's like, moving you all forward, and the red-headed woman comes up and starts like striking her tune again as you're walking down the road. And you're actually walking for quite a while, probably like a good 10-15 minutes as you're starting to make your way out of town. There's kind of like a little paddock on the very outskirts of Han's End. And in front of you, amidst the snowy landscape, you see this enclosure. As you approach it, you see that it's broken up into segments, this large pasture. Essentially, it's covered in snow that's been cleared away. There's still some remnants on the ground, especially what's been fallen today, but most of it has been cleared, and it's broken up into 4 segments with a little bit of a path running between each of the segments. In each of the segments, you see a variety of animals: chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs, all seemingly waiting for you. Mr. Klaus waits for the crowd to gather at the entrance as he ushers you all through before he leans up against the fence to address everyone. He says, "Now everyone quiet down, please. Thank you. Now that our champions have had their chance to sit down for a little while, we will move on to the 4th task. Here we will see our champions show their skills, their strength, and their determination. Champions, if you could please just move in here, please." And he begins ushering you in towards each of you get a segment. And he goes, "There's a segment for each of you in here." And the paddock is divided up into the 4 segments, which has been separated with logs and string to make makeshift fences, so that the animals can't actually get out. Each of you enter one of your segments, and within each of these small paddocks is an even smaller enclosure in the very center. Milling around your paddock, there is 1 duck, a cow, a sheep, a pig, and a chicken. So 5 animals in total. Mr. Klaus speaks again. He says, "Follow me, everyone." And he speaks to the crowd as they begin to move forward and says, "Now, as you can see, each of our champions are faced with a mighty challenge. All of the animals scattered throughout their paddocks. It is the champion's job to corral them all up. Each animal must be inside the center in their little enclosure to win a point. The first champion to collect all of their animals and tuck them inside safely will win the point for this round." as a note to explain how this particular task will work. How you decide to proceed with this particular task is up to you. So depending on your background, you can kind of like catch the larger animals with the lasso. So there is a lasso hanging up on the gate that you could use to catch the larger animals. So the pig, the sheep, or the cow. And then you need to use strength to then drag them into the enclosure. You can also catch the smaller animals, so the duck or the chicken, with your hands. That will require dexterity in order to actually catch them, like chase them, pick them up, and then take them over towards the smaller enclosure in the middle. Or there's also a bag of feed located at the entrance to the enclosure, and you can coax the animals in using animal handling should you wish to use the feed to kind of like coax them in and get them into the enclosure that way. You can mix and match your approaches to each of the different types of animals should you wish. You can try and coax a few animals at a time, so like the chicken and the duck, and kind of get them with the feed at the same time, but the DC will be higher depending on how many animals you're trying to coax at once versus if you're just trying to coax or get the one animal at the one time. So that's the main premise. I'm also open to any, obviously, out-of-the-box ideas that you have for catching any of these animals. But the two main resources that you have are feed and a lasso. So depending on how you want to approach this is up to you.
Okay.
Right.
And just out of curiosity, the lasso, you may have mentioned it, but I might have missed it. Is that a strength-based skill or a dex-based skill?
So you can use
drag?
so you can use your action, I would say, to like lasso it up, but then from there it would be a strength check to actually drag them into the enclosure. So I'll say like even they're not like skittish type animals, so you can actually just walk up and like put the lasso like over their head. Like they're not like gonna run away, but it's more of just how you get them into the enclosure.
Gotcha. Okay.
Was that a?
That was a like. Can we have a break before we do this?
All right. Let's have a super quick break, like 5 minutes, and we'll see you back after this for the full task.
45 seconds. See you.
welcome back. Quick break. So, a little bit of a recap on where we are. We are currently standing in a large paddock that has been broken up into 4 segments. Within each of these segments are 5 animals: a chicken, a duck, a cow, a sheep, and a pig. The players now have to decide how to approach each of these animals and corral them into the center enclosure. So there is a lasso that they can use, which would be strength-based to actually drag the animals in. There's also the feed, which they can use to coax them in using animal handling, or they can catch the smaller animals, the chicken or the ducks, with their hands and put them in, which would be a dex-based. I've also told the players that they are more than happy. I'm more than happy for them to think outside the box using any of the resources available to them to catch the animals in their own way. So let's start by rolling initiative to see which order we will be going in.
Well, I got a 4.
12.
Alright, Roscoe, what'd you get?
22.
Alright, cool. So we will start with Roscoe. Then we have who has the highest. Let's say, Dex between or Danva and Tobit.
13.
Oh!
That was the same problem before.
Right.
Roll up.
Roll a
Oh,
d20
yeah.
each of you and see which one gets the highest.
Roll off.
8.
19.
Alright, there we go. So Tobit and then Davlat, and then I'm guessing
Son of a took.
bringing up the rear. Okay, so as Mayor Klaus kind of like stands at attention, and the crowd is like milling around, like hanging off the fences as well, kind of like, you know, all your friends and family gathering around like your particular enclosure and cheering you on. He goes, right, well, let's strike up the band and we'll corral these fine folk. And the bard again strikes up another jovial tune. This one really like fast paced, and the crowd starts like clapping along in tune with it as it's going. And the crowd leaning up against the fence and the post kind of like waving ribbons. And we will start with Roscoe.
So Roscoe would like to start. He's pretty confident in being able to get the cow and the sheep and the pigs. He's got a plan for them, but he's going to try and get the chicken and the duck in a sack by sneaking up. But he only has one sack, right? So he's going to like try and sneak up on the chicken, and that's going to be relatively easy to do.
Yep.
And then he's going to try and sneak up on the duck, but he's got a chicken in his sack already, so it might not be as easy to do the double.
Alright, so let's say, because this isn't necessarily like 6 seconds like per thing, so I'll let you do these both together. But what I will get you to do is roll a stealth check first for me to catch the chicken.
Oh, okay.
So to creep up on the chicken and see if it runs away from you, just roll a stealth check.
12.
Yes. Chicken is pecking away at the ground, doesn't even see you coming. And then you can lean forward. Just make a dex check with advantage because it's standing still to get it in the bag.
Oh!
It's standing still.
I rolled with disadvantage. I rolled a 5 and a 1. And I get to re-roll once, and then roll my once a 20.
So as you creeping forward, and then you kind of like look over to the crowd that are like cheering, and just kind of like, and then you get the chicken in, and then it is like, and it's like flapping around like in the bag as you're like trying to like hold it under your arm. Are you going to go for the duck now, or are you going to put the chicken in the enclosure? If you put the chicken in the enclosure, that'll be the end of your turn, or you can choose to do disadvantage to get the duck because you got a...
No, my first turn was definitely trying to get the both of them.
Get both of them? Alright, so are you trying to sneak up on the duck?
Yes, with the chicken.
That is disadvantage because the chicken is like, going crazy in the sack.
We're there. In the same place. 17.
17. The duck it's not even that you're stealthing up on it. It can see you like 100%. It is just like curiously like looking up at you, and it's like wah, wah, as you're just like creeping towards it with like this rustling bag with like a chicken in it. And you can grab the duck.
Our biggest mistake as a duck was thinking that he was on the chicken's team. They walked right up and got me too.
That guy's stuck up.
Oh my god, D&D man. Oh.
Yep.
Alright. So you currently have a duck and a chicken in your possession. Is that your turn?
Yeah. I think it's more than enough. There's more than enough rolling for me.
Alright. So you guys can hear as well, like as you're kind of like standing in your segments. Tobit, you're up.
Alright. Tobit's gonna sort of pull off his apron, go hang it up on the edge of the fence, and turn towards Klaus as he's sort of leaning over towards the feed, and he goes, "Are these gonna be eating chickens and eating ducks?"
Well, I'd say so eventually, yes.
All right, good to know. I'm gonna grab some feed. He's gonna first try and just lure them. He's just gonna drizzle it down, just create a path. Hopefully, lure the two of them. He's going for the double as well. He's gonna try and get two in one.
Roll an animal handling check for me, please.
6.
They walk over towards the start of the path that you've made, and they just kind of like peck at it. They're just standing there, like they're not following it. They're just standing there, like pecking at the feed that you've put down on the ground. You can see they're kind of like looking at each other and kind of like having a little tussle over who gets this pile of feed.
There's more this way. Come, this. Fucking leave that part. Come here. Shoot, fucking animals.
All right, so that's your turn.
That's me. Imagine there's not
Should have
much else
been an
I can do.
alchemist.
All right, Davna, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna grab the animal feed and try and get the sheep and the cow. Well, I'm not gonna lay a trail. I'm just gonna wave the bag in front of them and try and back up slowly into the cage and walk in.
So you're going for the two at the same time?
Yep.
All right, roll an animal handling for me.
10.
10. The cow walks up to you and like puts his face in the feed and pulls back, and then you just see as he like at you, you just get like a glob of feed like on your face, and it starts like trickling down as it just like looks down towards you, like because it's like a tall cow, and you can just like dripping, and you kind of want to stand back as like these like globs of feed are like falling out of its mouth, but it does not follow you.
I just sort of stand there with let the feed just fall off my mouth.
Yeah. Okay, Floyd, what would you like to do?
I would like to use the lasso and grab the cow, but also grab the chicken on the way back.
Okay,
I will just make it a double lasso, I guess.
so what you would do, you can't lasso the smaller, like, poultry. You'd have to, like, pick them up all, like, you can't put a lasso around it. So what you could do, the cows are very docile creatures. They're used to being, like, petted and milked and all sorts of things. So you can just walk up and just, like, put the lasso around it. But what I will get you to do is make a strength check just first to see if you can actually move the cow.
That is a 6.
You are like tugging at this cow, and it is just like looking at you, almost like shaking its head. It's like the little bell underneath its neck is like doo-doo. It's just looking at you, not budging. So you can either go and like leave the cow and get the chicken, or try something else.
Can I try again?
Yes, roll with disadvantage though if you're going to try the same move again.
Try again with disadvantage. That is 11.
So as you're like standing there, just like you like start leaning back the cow, and then it still doesn't budge, and you're just like half leaning, like at like a 45-degree angle, like holding onto this cow, and it is not budging. It's like hooves are like sunken in to like the snow and the mud. It's just looking at you.
This one has a flat tire.
Roscoe, you currently have a chicken and a duck
In the sack.
in the sack.
I'm going to, seeing Floyd lasso the cow, I'm gonna pull my lasso, put it around the cow's neck, and I'm gonna try and pull the cow.
Now,
That's my next move.
clarification. Are you going to put the chicken and the duck in the enclosure, or have you still got them while you are moving the cow?
In my head, they're in a sack.
Mm-hmm.
So unless I fail gloriously, they're not getting out of that sack. I've tied that sack up.
It would give you disadvantage on pulling the cow, and the DC is going to be higher because you're only basically doing everything with one hand to keep the
Oh
sack.
yeah, if it's gonna encumber my movement, yeah, 100%.
You've got
They're in
a
a
sack
sack.
filled with poultry
Animals,
that is like going crazy. So
If the sensible thing is to put the sack in the enclosure and use my turn to do that, I will do that. I'm very sensible. Roscoe
Yes.
is a sensible halfling.
So you move over, you put the sack down in the enclosure, they like scurry out and then move over towards, there's like a little trough with like feed and water, and they just
Oh,
kind of,
they're
like,
they're
chill.
stuck. Yeah, I'll pull them in. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Yes, so once they're
Put them
in, they're not getting out again. So they are currently in there. You have captured 2 of the 5 animals.
Nicely done.
Tobit.
All right. Tobit's gonna slowly just bend down towards his animals, just like friendly voice, but he's like, "You stupid fucking chickens, you stupid ducks." He squats down next to him, and he's just like, "You really got to get into that fucking little cage for me right now, mate. I'm just gonna, bam!" And he's gonna try to grab them both by the neck.
Both at the same time?
It doesn't count if they die.
Why not? Yeah.
Both
He's
at the
gonna
same time? Alright.
Yep.
The DC is higher, but yes, make an animal... make a dexterity check to grab them both. DC is higher though, because you're grabbing 2 at once.
15.
15, that's exactly what you need to get 2. So as you go forward and you kind of like grab them both and then kind of like pull them in, tuck them under your arms, you've got a chicken and a duck in your possession.
Making my way to throw them into the thing, basically.
Yep, so you make your way over, and by the end of your next turn you will have your chicken and your duck, and you'll be able to move on to the next animal. Perfect, okay. Chicken and duck captured by 2 of our champions. It's high stakes, people, high stakes.
Got a little checklist, and I'm marking them off.
Alright, Davna, what would you like to do? You're currently dripping in like cow feed.
I'd like to go over to the enclosure where we're supposed to put all the animals in and just empty the feed out in a big pile. And then recall a story that my dear old granddad, who was a farmer, once told me, and start yodeling. Try and lure the animals over.
Okay, right. Important clarification. Which animals are you trying to summon? And how many of them? Like, which ones
At
are you?
this stage, the chicken and the duck.
Chicken and the duck. Okay. What are you thinking with this? Are you thinking animal handling? Are you thinking like what is it that you're...
Performance or animal handling, one of the 2.
Okay. I will get you to roll a performance check for me. I will allow you to do a performance check to like do like almost like a mate dance, like fluffing up your arms, like
21.
It's almost out of sheer morbid curiosity that this chicken and this duck like look towards you, and then to start like the duck is like waddling over towards you and just goes like under like in between your legs and moves over towards the trough with the water and just like hops in it, and the chicken is like straight into the pile of feed that's there and it's just like pecking at it. You have a chicken and a duck
Yeah.
in your enclosure. And then
Sweet.
next turn you'll be able to go and grab your pick of the rest of them. Congratulations. Floyd, you're up. You are currently in a tug-of-war battle with a cow.
I will continue the tug-of-war battle with the cow.
Alright, roll a strength check, just a normal strength check for me.
That is a natural 1, but I have 1 reroll left. That is a total of 10.
So as you're like moving this cow, it takes like one step forward and then lowers its head and is like burying its face in the snow, trying to find some like leftover grass underneath all of that, and just like pushing like snow around. It's not following you. It's not budging.
Can I'll try again. If
Okay.
I can do that with this.
Try again. Disadvantage. Yep. It's like head is down in the ground.
That is 14.
14. So you're just like pulling and pulling and pulling, and then all of a sudden, as you pull it, its head lifts up, and then you like stumble back a few steps, and you're like, it's moving, and you don't stop, and you just keep walking backwards and shuffling backwards, before it comes to rest in the small enclosure in the pen in the middle of the paddock, and you have a cow, sir.
Whew. That was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I
Have-
thought that was going to be the easy one.
A bovine captured in the enclosure.
I got the sheep! They only have one in animal handling, I wouldn't fucking know.
Aren't you
Wow.
a farmer? Aren't you like
Yeah,
a pig farmer?
That's the
And, like,
problem.
Literal.
That's why he's going into tea.
Roscoe, you have a chicken and a duck. What's your next move?
Was at that moment of like really admired the elegance of the real, like the mathematics of your last challenge, and being a person that like has sheep as pets and has had chickens and cows is like, this is so unrealistic because you just pour the Tom poured the food out. Like, if this was a real challenge, you pour the food in the cage and all the animals are there, right? Like, we're not challenging.
He's a very specially trained farm animal.
Yeah. It's come
This
to
challenge animal.
It's all
Fair
druids.
mind, just
It's
get
all
They've
on
been
board.
raised from birth for this challenge. Like,
Yeah.
It's magic. Shut up.
It's all just druids hiding.
yeah, exactly. They're all just druids.
Yeah, fuck man, I don't want any of that green shit.
This is where Ingwe's from. This is like all his family. Just
Sorry.
okay. You have a chicken and a duck in your enclosure.
In the enclosure. My next step, I'm going to try. I went for the hard one. Now I'm gonna go for the easy one. I'm going to walk up to the cow. Now that I've availed myself of the chicken and the duck, I'm gonna place the thing around, and I'm gonna try to pull the cow physically into the enclosure.
All right. Roll a strength check for me, please, Roscoe.
Sick.
As you're like looking up at this cow and like pulling, it is just looking down at you, like its face like 2 inches from yours is looking down at you, and you can just smell like old like hay and like cow breath washing over you. That is not budging.
Be careful of the other end, stuff comes out there.
I'm used
Now-
to killing the shit, and skinning them, and selling them.
Oh, that's so funny. Alright, you can try to move the cow again or try another approach. I'll let you try either something else or you can try
another
strength
go.
again with disadvantage if you try the exact same move again.
Took me
No, I'm gonna realize that I'm small and he's big. And what I'd like to do is the lasso, because the lasso is long and it's supposed to be thrown. I'm gonna try and I'm gonna go, oh, he's too big. I realize he's big and I'm small, but I'm quite strong. So I'm going to take the length of the rope and put it around a post that's in the enclosure. And I'm hoping, I mean, that the numbers are the same, but I'm hoping, oh no, the numbers aren't the same. I'm hoping that you'll give me like an athletics as I try and pulley the cow in by putting it round the post, which is
And you
exactly
kind of,
double my score.
And you like even like use your like leg as leverage as well. You're like pushing against that pole. So you kind of like wrap it around a post that's in the middle of the enclosure. So I will give you an athletics check. Pull that sucker in.
Natural 20.
So as you're like standing up there on the post and you're using that as leverage and you're just like heaving and you're just watching as like the length of rope that you have is just like getting steadier and steadier until all of a sudden it's almost just going slack as the cow is just like trotting into the enclosure. And then kind of like goes down and the chicken like rocks out of the way as it like leans down and puts his face in the feed and it's just kind of like going everywhere. But Roscoe has a chicken, a duck, and a cow in his enclosure.
I feel like that's a cartoon.
Cow and
Duck
chicken.
and cow. Cow and chicken, yeah. Cow and chicken.
Go on, chicken. Cool. So, Tobit.
Right. Tobit's got the duck and the chicken. He's gonna walk over and drop him in the pen. And he's gonna pull his suspenders off. And he's gonna turn around and he's gonna point at the sheep and he's like, I'm coming for you next!
You. Alright,
Why he goes
you.
I'm the macho man, Randy Savage!
Man.
He's gonna grab the sheep by the scruff, the back of the neck. He's gonna grab it by the wool, like right behind, like right above the tail. And he's gonna go try underneath it and try to lift this thing onto his shoulders.
Very nice. So are you going with athletics for that one?
hoping
It's like
for an
a like a
athletics.
squat and lift. I'll
Yep.
give that to you. So yeah,
Yeah.
100%. Roll an athletics check for me. It's like grabbing this
Watch
sheep.
your back, John.
27.
Wow.
100% as you like squat down really nice and low and then just like tuck your head underneath, and the sheep is almost as big as you. So its feet are just like kind of like half dangling, like half a foot off the ground as you're just like moving with it, just like taking it in stride and plonking it down like over your thing. And then you can kind of like smell like on your shoulders a little bit. It's kind of like
Probably blends in with his own.
and you have a duck, a chicken, and a sheep in your enclosure, Mr. Tobit.
Just turns and looks at the pig and raises an eyebrow.
Alright. Davlat. It's your turn.
Right. I'm honestly shocked that my grandfather's story of yodeling worked. So I'm just going to keep up the performance and point at the sheep, and hopefully the sheep sort of follows along as well. That'll be a 12.
12. So as it's like looking towards you, it's like lifts up. You can see its like ears are like drooping down next to its face as it just like shakes some snow out of its face and then just starts like slowly trotting towards you. It takes a good like 45 to 50 seconds for it to actually like make its way over to you. But it does actually come over towards you out of, again, curiosity.
I'm gesturing at the feed while yodeling. Like, come on.
Like, come. And it trots its way into the enclosure, leaving a trail of poop behind it as it's walking in the snow.
Don't real.
So you have a chicken, a duck, and a sheep in your enclosure, Mr. Danver. You have a pig and a cow left. Think of your next move wisely. As we move on to Mr. Floyd, the farmer.
So I don't
Has a
really have any
cow.
idea what's going on with these animals. I haven't seen most of them ever in my life.
These are performance animals.
But I do
Circus
remember
animals.
one time that this circus artist, he came to town and he had this really cool show going. And I can't do what he's doing, but I'm gonna grab the chicken and the duck and I'm gonna start juggling them.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, alright. So you are going to go and get the chicken and the duck. You're like gonna go grab them.
Yes.
Okay. The DC is going to be higher,
Right.
but I want you to make a dexterity check for me to like chase after them and like reach out and grab them.
17.
17s, yeah. Surprisingly, as you like reach out and grab them, you like tuck one under like each of your arms. All right. You want to juggle them. I want you to make a performance check with disadvantage. If you fail, you lose the chicken and the duck as they fly off.
I can't do acrobatics instead?
Acrobatics? That's
If
like
I jump with it?
Doing backwards and juggling now.
with a chicken and a duck.
Alright,
You're throwing yourself in there as the third thing.
Do you get disqualified if you kill the animal?
I would say so.
You didn't specifically say that.
That's
Okay,
good
performance.
That is my next move.
So, with
I wouldn't-
disadvantage, if you fail, you will lose the chicken and the duck.
Got +0.
Oh, fuck me.
That's a 6.
As you go to like throw them into the air, they both take wing and just like flutter like 20 feet away in like opposite directions.
Damn it! These fucking pigs!
Chicken and the duck are like 40 feet away from each other, just like 20 feet away from you, scattering around, like running around, just like just like running in a tizzy.
How don't you know those animals can fly? Don't you farm them? Come on, mate. Don't you farm them?
I just get rid of the poop.
You alright?
Okay.
You just go begging your bread, Mr. Alchemist over there.
Touche.
I'm fishing with animals with me voice over here. This is great.
He's like Snow White over there in the water, just like singing to the animals.
It's like this creepy guy hiding in a van.
Okay, Roscoe, chicken, duck, and cow. You have a pig and a sheep left. What is your next move?
Okay, out of game premise. My cousins are literally people that travel around the world and shear sheep. And they have seen my sheep and they're like, no, because I've got 2 sheep that my children ride / play with, and my sheep don't move like real sheep. They're real sheep. So just to discount the premise of my whole like thing before was they don't move the way they're supposed to if they're pets.
Right.
And actually that's not relevant to what I was saying. It just was,
What are we talking about?
Anyways,
I have sheep.
on for the pig.
My next move is I'm going to try and intimidate the sheep. It's the reason why. Intimidation's not actually a good stat for me, but that's what I want to do, and that's why I told that story. I'm going to try and move. The way that sheep move is they're very instinctual. So if you get into their line of sight, they think that you're bigger than you are. For example, for my pet sheep, I, as the adult, can't feed them standing up. Because if I feed them, if I get food out and I'm standing up, they're more scared of me than they are hungry. So they won't take the food from my hands. But if I bob down and hold the food out, the sheep will come. So I'm going to use the opposite scenario because Roscoe was a halfling, and he's going to try and like appear larger by jumping and like cartwheeling around in a way that's like woo 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 in the line of their sight. Because the other thing about ruminant animals is their eyes are on the side of their head. So if you get into the like space where they think the predator is gonna like take their neck out,
yep,
you can appear to be a very threatening thing, even if you are not dangerous.
Okay, I'm convinced. Roll an intimidation check for me, please, to scare the sheep into the direction of the enclosure.
Really like my description, and the dice didn't come through for me.
You didn't scare the shit out of them?
So, it's not that your intimidation didn't work. It's very, confusing.
Oh,
Except it starts running in the opposite direction to the enclosure and starts, it completely misses the entrance. You think it's going, and then just darts directly past the entrance and goes around the other side, away from you.
You've hung out with sheep before, Laura, I can tell.
Your sheep, actually, one time. Okay. Tolbit.
Alright. Tom's got that raised eyebrow at the pig. He's gonna go behind it. Now, to clarify, are we talking smaller run-of-the-mill farm pigs, or are we talking these big hogs, bred for meat, bred for bacon type?
Yep, these are big old sows,
Right, he's gonna slowly caress its back as he walks past it. He's gonna go behind it now. Just hold out. That's not. I realize.
I rolled to seduce the pig.
Worse. Yeah, exactly. This all sounds way worse. This was going for more of an intimidation tactic. The next step, I was gonna say he's gonna pull off his shirt.
Is this an inside check?
He's gonna unbutton his shirt and hang it down, and he's gonna walk behind this thing, and he was gonna rugby scrum style just go down, grab the thing, and try and push, and he's gonna try and push from behind, rugby scrum style. And you see this barrel chest followed by a barrel gut, just ready to go.
Okay, so what are we doing with that? Are we doing athletics?
Whatever you think's best for it.
I think that if we're going, rugby scrum, down behind, trying to, get, I reckon that's athletics to, really move it back.
Do it. Hell yeah. Natural 1. +8 for a 9?
So, as you are moving and you're down underneath and you're behind its back, you've got your legs around and you're pushing, and then all of a sudden you feel this warm patch on your shoulder. And you can just feel it this trickling down your front as you just lean back and down. You just see this brown stain on your, because you took your shirt off, so it's on your skin, just dripping down, and
massive with the fur that is on his chest.
Yeah, it's
pressed a little
plopping
too hard
into the snow as you just hear this loud in front of you, and the pig is not impressed.
Nope.
Davna.
All right.
That's some shit.
Well, I think my throat's getting a bit sore now because I can't keep yodeling that long. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the trough and just scoop a bunch of water out onto the ground and try and make some mud.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go up to the pig and just sort of put my hand on it. I was like, look, Piggy, there's mud over there. Go get it.
Mud bath. Pigs love mud.
Pigs love mud. You go get the mud.
So what are you looking to roll for this? Is this animal handling?
I think that's more animal handling than anything.
Yeah, I would agree.
I don't know if the mud would make it advantage or not, but who knows. I re-roll natural ones. That's great.
Yes.
12.
12. So you're trying to coax this pig in, and you even get down in the mud, and you're just swirling around in it, and just lifting up, kind of building mud castles a little bit. You're just coaxing this pig in, and then it just looks up towards you, and then slowly just starts trotting over towards you, and kind of buries its nose in the mud a little bit, and then you have to actually move back a little bit as it flops over onto its side and begins wallowing a little bit in the mud, just kicking it up as it's rolling around.
There you go. Good piggy. Yes, you like mud. Right. Now it's just you. And he looks at the cow.
So you have a sheep, a cow, a duck, and a chicken in your enclosure.
No, I don't have the cow. I have everything else.
What did I say? Chicken, duck, sheep, and pig.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. Gotta keep track of all these things. Okay. Yeah, you think like combat initiative is hard. Try to keep track of like 20 farm animals.
Cow bad. Cow bad.
Alright, Floyd,
So
you have a cow.
I'm gonna walk over to the pig, which is obviously bigger than I thought it was, and I'm going to, when you're cow tipping, I'm gonna do the same thing with the.
Or just try and tip it over.
tip it over and just roll it. Just keep rolling it.
It's the log
Peter,
challenge.
Here
don't
comes the
watch
flop.
this. We're gonna get cancelled by Peter. Alright.
Well, but also farmers who are like pigs. You know, they're like twice as heavy as you are.
Yep.
They're massive.
And so is the cow, though. You can move with the cow.
Well,
only one way. You can't keep rolling it.
Not unless it goes with you.
cows are stupid. That's why we can eat them. Not that they're weak.
Some
Okay.
people are stupid too, but we don't eat them. Anyway,
So I will get you to, if you're pushing over this pig, make a strength check for me because they're stocky and they're like short, low center of gravity.
natural one.
Nope. So as you like go to push it, and you just feel yourself like sliding back in the snow, as you just like leave these like 2 trail marks of like your feet next to the pig as it just like turns its head and looks at you, and then just turns back and it's just like gazing out at the landscape, like nothing going on in his little brain. It's just looking out there, not moving.
Right. Can I try again with disadvantage?
Disadvantage to do the same thing. Yep, as you like scoot forward and like try again.
Did you say strength check?
Yeah.
17.
So as you like squat
The other one was
down,
natural 20.
roll your shoulders, and then squat down again and start pushing. And you're not like tipping it over, but you're like, it's like skidding along like the mud, and it's just like leaving these like tracks that are getting like deeper and deeper and deeper into the mud until you're pretty sure that its legs are like half covered in mud, and then just looks towards you and then pulls its legs out and then shakes its little butt and then just walks into the enclosure.
Yeah. I got bacon and eggs in here.
Chicken and a pig.
Nope. Cow and a pig.
A cow and a pig, that's right.
Ain't no chicken in there.
he's not that smart, that human dude.
Alright,
It probably has a higher intelligence than me.
Roscoe, you're up.
Enraged at the thought of the sheep not going where I tried to intimidate them to go, I'm gonna do the like what backflip gymnast thing, like and try and like at the end try and grab the wool and just throw the sheep. It's like,
Oh my god.
karate, like
You're trying to like sheep toss. Like
sheep toss. Because I'm thinking that last time I intimidated him quite close to her where she needed to go, and she just like went to the gate and went left slightly, so she's right against the fence. So I've got to like panic her into like freezing, because animals freeze when you intimidate them. But then I'm gonna like, the last one's gonna be like hook my legs over the fence, back up, and just like now you're over the other side of the fence.
Okay, I'll get you to make 2 rolls for this one. If you
Yes.
succeed on the first one, I'll allow you to make the second one.
Okay.
So, first one, are you looking at more of a like acrobatics check to do this, or intimidation?
No, athletics. Acrobatics.
Alright,
Yes.
if you're doing flips and shit, it's definitely acrobatics. Yep.
Yep.
So, make an acrobatics check. If you succeed on this, I'll let you do the strength check to get the sheep.
23?
Yep, 100%. So you were like, just see this like little figure of Roscoe in the distance, just like almost like on the fence post, like, aww. Just like, and then he leans back and then grabs the sheep, and I need you to make a strength check for me to grab it and like drag it through.
It's like doing the Karate Kid thing. Right before he kicks him in the face.
21.
Yeah, so as you just like grab it by like the tuft of fur, of wool, sorry. It's like reach behind you and just like drag it, pulling it up and over the fence, and then it falls with a thud of like mud and like dirty snow everywhere, just like psh, and you just hear it.
Just go in the gate next time.
Struggles up to its feet and trots off to go comfort itself with some water and feed in the trough.
I know
Like-
cow food.
With those
Throw me.
high rolls, he's gonna stand up. Suddenly the sheep is sheared and he's just got a full like a woolen coat, just like alright.
Throw him straight into the bacon machine.
Okay, Tobit, your turn.
Alright. Tobit, seeing some people have gotten close.
Mhm.
He's tough. He's risking some pain.
Mhm.
He's gonna leave the pig, walk over to the cow. He's gonna spit on his hand, and he's just gonna slap this thing on the ass as hard as he can. I hope he's getting it to run the thing.
Okay.
Well,
Let's.
he fucked up.
Just the legs coming up, just to kick him in the chest, just like at this moment.
All right, I will get you to make an intimidation check for me on the cow, and then depending on how that rolls, will determine what happens next.
All right, I love it. Let's do it. 12.
12. So as you like reach up and you just like spit on your hand and smack this cow, and the sound like cracks and like echoes. You can hear the crowd "Ooh," as it just like cracks and starts like bolting towards the gate, into the enclosure, just like in a direct line, and just like skids to a halt, almost like knocking over the fence as it just turns and looks at you, and you just see like the steam like coming out of its nose. It just goes. But you have a cow in your enclosure.
Yes. Yes.
But it's looking at you mighty fiercely.
Do I have a chance to do anything else?
What did you want to do?
I was gonna try to run over and slap the pig, even if it's a disadvantage.
Alright, I will allow you to slap the pig.
Woo! Disadvantage though, or
Disadvantage because it's the same action on a different animal. Yeah.
oh, 6, 8 total.
So as you like reach forward and you like go spit on your hand again, you reach forward, splat the pig, and then the remnants of the little gift it left you earlier is residing on your palm as you just like look at it, and the pig just like doesn't move. It just kind of like.
Just wipe it on the pig. Get it off.
All right, so you have one animal left, Denver.
Whew. All right. So I am feeling really confident now that I've gotten all these animals in with no real setbacks. So
Cattle wrangler.
I'm gonna walk up to the cow. I'm just gonna be like, all right, you can do this the easy way or the hard way. I prefer the easy way because I'm good rolls on that. So I just put my hand on him and go, the feed is there. Go.
Alright, make an animal handling check for me, please.
17.
So it like looks at you and then looks towards the feed and then looks back at you and then just starts trotting over towards the enclosure. And you have all of your animals in the enclosure pen, and you hear a bell in the distance, ding, 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 as the crowd starts cheering and clapping their hands. You are declared the winner of this task.
Yodeling never came in handy before now.
Old Granddad was right.
I'll be honest, I've never seen any of these animals before.
Weren't you a farmer?
I had a dog and a swan.
Just picture back at your
I don't
farm,
even know
just
what
like,
that one is with the horns. Is that a tiefling?
just imps and shit at your place. You
Yeah.
don't even know that you're raising like a demon farm. Just
It's
What
just
is
like
this sheep
wooden
thing?
horse. Like,
I'll
it's
be
just
honest,
like,
I lied on my resume.
nightmares and abyssal chickens.
Raise the demon farm, and then you encounter a sheep, and you're like, fuck. That one looks massive and dangerous. I'll just leave it alone.
Maybe this isn't pig's milk.
Oh, goodness. Okay, let's take a quick 5 seconds to just.
Can we have a small break? I just need to let the dog out.
Yeah, small break. Thank you very much for sticking with us through that short break while we had a little quick recollect of our thoughts. So, the winner of our fourth task was Davna?
Yep, that's me, Davna Stoutman.
Davna Stoutman, our halfling fisherman, and the crowd, jumps up and cheers in this like cacophonous roar, and your friends kind of like come forward, like consolidating you. Someone coming towards you, Tova, with like a damp towel to like clean off yourself a little bit with all of the things that happened during that task. And Mayor Klaus kind of comes forward and claps his hands and goes, Well, marvelous, jolly good. Congratulations to our dear Davlat over here. You've done it, the winner of this round, folks. Here. And he holds out another cloth that's tamped with water. Clean yourselves up. You've got some. You can probably smell it. Yes. Well, let's move on to the final task of this evening. He kind of chortles to himself as the crowd cheers, and the bard is still strumming her merry tune as he starts ushering the crowd out of the pen area. And everyone kind of looks towards the mayor as he speaks and goes, now, let's begin and move down towards the final task. And he cranes his neck up towards the sky, and you can see it's getting darker overhead, and the long shadows are starting to stretch across the mountains and falling onto the valley, kind of where Han's End is located. He goes, we best get the move on, lest we struggle to come home in the darkness. Come on now, folks, but follow me, come on. And he hoists himself up. You still got that pole as he just is walking down the muddy, kind of snow-laden pathway, and he guides you down. Walk for about 10 minutes further out of town, down a sloping hill. Further out of town, you can see in the distance these flickering orange lights, kind of lighting up like a beacon as you begin walking, and the shadows are getting darker. Moving closer, the crowd begins to whisper to each other. You see the golden flame of torches starting to emerge, forming a large circle in the middle of the field. The snow here has all been shoveled outwards to form a ring of sorts, leaving a barren, muddy earth in the center. Directly in the center of this ring is a large wooden crate, much larger than any of you, larger than any person or creature that you've ever come across. Standing 10 feet high, this box has ropes anchoring it to the ground at all four corners. The crowd begins whispering louder. Voices start to babble, louder and louder, as the song played by the bard begins to die. At the edge of the ring, you can see a wooden table laden with weapons. Mayor Klaus turns to the crowd and the champions with a twinkle in his eye, reflected by those bright torches. And he says, my friends, we find ourselves at the pinnacle of this evening. The final task awaiting our champions. We will see who truly deserves the honor of the 12th Ninth Champion title. The box behind the mayor begins to rock and sway, creaking as it moves, and the crowd almost simultaneously takes a step back, kind of looking and whispering amongst themselves. A few days ago, our region's most respected hunters came across a creature in the woods, a beast unlike anything we have ever seen before. The creature was vicious, a sight to behold. Oh yes, please, children, make sure you stand behind your parents. Yes, that's good. Champions, you see before you the table with weapons of your choosing. And he indicates towards the weapons. Says, you have a selection of weapons to choose from. Champions, please take your choice. And on this table, there are various different tools and weapons available to you. There are pitchforks, swords, crossbows, short bows, hammers, axes, clubs, and javelins, all laid out on this table for you. Looking at them, you notice something a little bit odd about them from what you would see from a typical weapon. All the edges of these weapons are worn and blunt and rounded. So the arrows and the bolts for the crossbow don't actually have a pointed tip like iron or steel. It's just a round wooden nub at the very end of it. The edges of all the blades are coated in what looks like sap and tar, and none of the weapons look like they would seriously injure anything, kind of laid out on this table. So you can each choose one weapon that you might have like proficiency in, and we'll use just the basic stats for that weapon. Like if it's a sword, it'll just be like the basic sword stats. So you can each choose one weapon, and I'll allow you a couple of minutes or seconds to make that choice.
Is there any two-handed hammers?
Yep.
I'll
Sure.
grab one of those.
There you go. So it's almost like a mallet. So it doesn't actually have like hard edges. It's just like a wooden block, and it's got like rounded edges on the end of it.
Is there any shields?
Yes, there would be a shield. It's just like basic. It's almost just like a plank of wood strapped to like a leather like strap that's been like got two nails that you can wrap around your arm.
I think Roscoe, outside of raging, would be like, I'm going to be defensive and just poke shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll just be like, oh.
Is the
Okay.
crossbow like a hand crossbow? Or...
Yes.
Yeah. I might take that one.
Is there a lasso as well?
No, there's no lasso.
Well, all for me.
Tobit sort of like walks over and he's gonna reach behind his back and pull his rolling pin out and be like,
Let's go.
"May I?"
Mayor Klaus kind of looks over to you and goes, "Oh yes, that's a fine pin. Yes, of course, you may use that. Shall we allow him to use this?" And the crowd like cheers and is like clapping. And as the crowd gets louder and louder, the box starts like moving and like rattling and like shaking a little bit.
All right.
Alright,
So would that just be like a club?
Yep.
Yeah,
So just like
easy.
basic club stats.
Sweet.
All right. So everyone's got their weapon of choice lined up. All right. So from inside the box, it begins to shake again, rocking and swaying as two men actually from the crowd rush out and grab a hold of each of the corners of the ropes and are like holding it in place. They look towards the mayor looking for instruction, and he looks towards them and kind of gestures to the crowd to settle down and goes, "My friends, let's all take our seats and watch this grand finale of today's festivities. The fight of a lifetime. Mrs. Klaus, could you please just allow me to... Sorry, dear." And he like moves over and perches on the edge of a wooden stump, and his wife kind of like moves over and makes room for him as he like sits down. He goes, "Gentlemen, unleash the beast!" And in unison, the two men grabbing hold of the ropes and pull as the sides of the wooden crate fall down with four thuds, revealing a hideous creature, shambling, wobbling as it begins to step out into the firelight. A roughly put together monstrosity. Its long arms and legs are wooden, held together with rope and string, poles extended outwards for several feet as arms. Its head is a giant wooden mask, almost like an upturned bucket, painted with red eyes and a big, toothy grin with jagged teeth. It's got two holes punched through for eye holes. Standing 7 feet tall, the creature is standing wobbling on stilts. Around the small frame in the center is wrapped with sacks filled with feathers and tied together with rope. And you hear muffled from behind the bucket, "Mr. Klaus, sorry, I'm not sure I can stand for too long on the..." And the mayor kind of like laughs and like shushes the crowd loudly as he says, "Quiet, monster! Monsters don't talk! Vincent, please. Shh. Champions! The champion to strike the final blow on this hideous monster will win 2 points! So best hurry before he falls and knocks himself out himself. Begin!" And I'll get everyone to roll initiative for me, please.
19 this time.
Ooh.
Well.
16.
Alright, so we have Floyd, we have Tobit, we have... what was yours, sorry, Davlat?
12.
12, and then Roscoe, yes?
6, yep, correct.
I think I have gone second in every initiative run.
Let
be wrong,
me
but I think so.
look.
I think I've
Every
gone
single
third
one,
in
yes,
everything.
you have.
Yeah.
And
Consistency.
you got 4th in the ice skating one, Davna, but you've been 3rd in every other one. So
Woo!
okay, so let me just quickly. Okay, so as a note, if you step outside the boundary of the ring, automatic disqualification. And I think that is all you will need to know, except for that the all attacks are classified as non-lethal, and you cannot drop actual Vincent below 1 HP. So just as a note.
Are you allowed to grab? Oh, sorry.
Can we attack other players for just curiosity's sake?
Just
Would like to?
purely for curiosity's sake. Can we
Can
Okay.
we grab multiple
Daniel,
weapons?
you asked the question.
I'm a helpful fellow. I'm not planning on doing anything. I'm just-
Yeah. Not planning on doing anything. Charm Roscoe to attack.
Right. So the bard begins striking up another tune, frantic and hurried as the crowd begins cheering and jeering at the monster, kind of like throwing like tomatoes and stuff at it, as you all join into the fray. And Floyd, you are up first.
So I will run over to this creature and I will knock the stilts off one side.
Roll to attack.
That is a 19 to hit.
19 definitely hits. Go to roll some damage.
$12 points of bludgeoning damage.
So as you go and you like strike forward, you're like running forward and strike, and you see like his stilt like knocks out of the way, but he's still like hopping on the other one, and he's like, "That's not fair. Gotta stay upright." Yeah, he takes 12 points of bludgeoning damage from that. Is that your turn?
That would be probably me, I think, yeah.
Okay. Tolbit, into the fray with you to slay the vicious beast.
First thing Tolbert would do is the weapon rack in the ring or out the ring?
Out the ring.
Okay. Tolbert's gonna run behind Floyd. He's gonna speak some halfling and try their best to mimic Roscoe. And just go like in halfling, the equivalent of halfling, just like, I don't trust you, and then I'm gonna hit him in the back of the head, and I'm gonna try, then run past the other way.
All right, roll a deception check for me, and Floyd, you roll an insight check for me.
Oh,
15.
Speak halfling. Oh.
18.
Oh,
All right, so for all intents and purposes, you think that Roscoe is standing behind you, Floyd. Tolbit, you are attacking Floyd with a bonk to the back of the head. Go and roll an attack roll for me.
Where's my attacks? There we go. It's 24 to hit.
definitely is.
We're gonna die.
They're all non-lethal attacks. All attacks are classified as non-lethal.
6 damage. Bludgeoning.
So you just feel this crack on the back of your head, and you like see stars for a second as you're like right up and like looking at this creature, and then you hear Roscoe's voice from like behind you. And that's it. Is that your turn, Tolbit? And then like darting off.
That's it. I'm going to run off around the other side. So basically, I'm going to try hit him a little bit on the right side, and I'm going to move around the left side to continue on.
Is
And-
Roscoe leaving my
Region.
combat melee range then?
Hey! Yeah, the reaction.
I would say make an intelligence check for me quickly, because he's running the opposite side to what he hit you on, which was like his purpose to like do the whole like tap on the shoulder. Oh, who is it? And then
You already
runs away.
17.
17. Yeah, so you like reach out to like strike him as he's moving away.
Okay. So I don't see him. I just do that.
You
I
don't
extinguish
see
it.
him?
Smash the
Because you're like seeing
imaginary
like
Roscoe.
stars in front of your eyes as you're like looking up at this creature, and you just like instinctively reach back to take a strike.
15 to hit.
That's to me, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that hits. Yeah, for sure.
12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh,
Crack.
what the fuck,
Well, we're
mate?
doing
You just forgot.
expectations.
Just forgot what you did.
Why are you
I
hitting
did
me,
not.
mate? Where's the other bloke? Oh.
Okay, Davna, you're up in this chaos. I would suggest staying far away from everyone else.
I see all that chaos, but because I've got the crossbow, I'm just going to back up away from everyone and just sort of aim at the person controlling the monstrosity and try and hit him.
Make an attack roll for me.
14.
That definitely hits, so we should just like steady and then let loose. Bing! A little crossbow
3
bolt.
damage.
That takes 3 damage.
Level 1. Level 1.
And you just watch it like pierce like the like sack full of feathers like around his like midsection. You just watch like a couple of feathers fall out, and you just like hear in the distance like I didn't sign up for this. And then we have his turn. So, standing in front of you, Floyd, you see this creature's arms like waving wildly as it's like trying to steady itself. You don't even think it's trying to attack you. It's just trying to keep himself steady as he's now lost 1 stilt. And he rolls to attack with one of his claw attacks, that is an 11 to hit.
Miss.
And so as it just, you like duck down almost simultaneously as that clocks you on the back of the head. You just like duck down and you just watch this arm like flailing and move directly past your head. Roscoe, you're up.
Roscoe has picked up a large piece of wood and his javelin and is just assessing the situation. And has seen the fight between the human and the other halflings. One of whom is clearly a dwarf. And throws the javelin at the human. For sure.
Oh my fucking god.
With a natural 20.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm enraged by this scenario where we're not working together.
As you would be.
As I would be.
Yes.
And I throw the javelin for 7 points of piercing damage.
I am unconscious.
You're not unconscious. They all were classified as non-lethal. You are just reduced
Knockdown.
to 0 HP, like on the ground, like winded, just like kind of like rolling there. And we will come back to what happens. Actually, no, it's your turn now. So we will. Is that all you're doing on your turn, Roscoe?
I'm going to throw my so they've he's hit them, and I'm going to try and throw my javelin in such a way that it feels like I was trying to hit the big dude. And so I'm going to use my movement and my free pretend action. I'm not that smart to be like, oh, whoopsie.
But I already think that he hit me.
And try and
Yep.
pull it out of his like I just smacked him in the back of the head with it, and I'm gonna pick it up and be like, oh no!
I
Okay.
just love the idea that this crowd is gathered up and they're like, they're gonna fight this monster and go, and everyone's just like, ah!
Like Hunger Games style.
Yes,
Like.
that's it. No one else is standing. I'll be the last one to hit them.
Hit the tall ones!
I hope it's
'cause we're
worth it.
racist as hell.
Okay, so Floyd, on your turn, you hear a voice from the crowd, and you look over kind of like blindly and like blurrily as you like look over, and you see the figure of Miss Hyger kind of like walking forward with her cane, and she looks out towards you and goes, You're right down there. I think I must have accidentally hit you. And she will healing word you, Mr. Jensen, for what's that? 3 + 4 is 7 points of healing.
Ooh.
As you are on your back on the ground, the stars start to dissipate from in front of your eyes, but you are currently still on the ground.
Right. So I'll get up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm guessing that Roscoe is right next to me now?
He is right next to you now because he went up to go grab his javelin and like, act like his...
So technically in my head, he's already attacked me twice.
Yes.
Yeah. Can't touch me. Crack.
I will hit Roscoe.
You'll try.
Would.
That is a 15 to hit.
Don't be silly.
So as you're attacking him with your hammer, like your two-handed, you like swing towards it and it just thuds into the shield that he's got standing there.
Ah, the shield.
Why'd you hit me twice?
I didn't hit you twice. No. That's the truth.
All right. Is that your turn, Floyd?
Yeah, I can't really do anything else.
All right. Tolbit, you are dashing across the other side of the thing.
Danmia's gonna win by default.
Sort of running over, and he's going to try leap and hit Vic in the knee.
All right.
So jump and strike.
Go for it.
14.
Definitely hits.
Hey.
He's like, like trying to keep himself upright.
Max damage.
Oh, yes.
8 bludgeoning.
8 bludgeoning.
8 bludgeoning.
All right, so as he's like wobbling, and you can see like he like reaches down with like one of like the arms, and like the pole is like attached on like a mechanism, and his actual hand is like where the elbow would be, and he's like reaching down, like rubbing his knee, like hopping on one foot, just like I didn't think there were knee pads.
Vic, you done fucked up choosing this job, mate.
It was a favor to me, Mum. And is that your turn?
That's my turn, yep.
All right, Davna. You're watching all this chaos in front of you ensue.
I just had a thought, and I want you to tell me if it's possible.
Mhm.
Can I try and hijack the machine?
It is attached to him.
Okay.
So it's kind of like strapped to his body.
Okay.
So he's got like the bucket like over his head, and he's got like the like poles like attached in like a harness over his shoulders. Not really a machine. It's just like bits of wood basically that have been like tied up to his body.
Okay. Then I'll just see all the chaos of everyone attacking each other, and just I look at Vincent, and I will aim in between his eyes and shoot with my crossbow again.
All right, go and roll to attack for me, please.
Ooh, that is an 18.
Oh, it definitely hits.
And that's a 2 piercing damage.
Oh, as you just watch as the bolt like thunk against the like the wooden bucket, like the upturned bucket on his head, it just like bounces off again and just lands kind of like where Floyd and Roscoe are. It just kind of like clatters to the ground in front of them. And you just see like the bucket head like turn, and it's kind of like a delayed movement. It's like the head turns and then the bucket kind of like turns as well, like a little bit after the fact. And like he's like looking towards you, is like hobbling on one stilt.
And I'll just shout to him, like, look, Vincent, I know you've had a lot of trouble. Look, just you got this, mate. Go on. And I'm going to give Vincent my bardic inspiration.
Yes.
Phenomenal.
Oh, I love that.
Big Bad gets the inspiration.
Because you guys are all fighting, I don't want to give you that.
I'm just defending myself.
Okay. So as is like standing there wobbling, again, not even trying to attack. As his other arm comes down and kind of like swipes behind him, he's going to make an attack at you, Talbot, with his claw attack. As he kind of like turns on the spot, then one of his arms coming out directly towards you. What is that? That is a natural 20.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah, no, that misses.
Not if I say so. Okay, so he gets a lot of damage. This guy is tough.
I'm unconscious.
That is 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm unconscious.
So down towards you.
You mess with the horn, you get the duck.
As he swoops down towards you, and then you just hear from underneath, because you're not like unconscious, you're like 0 HP, laying on the ground, and you just hear him go like from behind the thing, like, "Oh no, I'm sorry about that. Here, let me help." Like from behind the bucket.
Where's those sounds coming from? Who's doing that? What a weird thing to do.
Which brings us to Roscoe's turn, standing there dodging Floyd's mallet attack as it thunks into his shield.
Roscoe.
I was gonna say, is Roscoe mocking Floyd for not knowing the animals? Like, what is that animal? What's that animal, huh?
They're all there.
Half
All
the-
the animals. Sorry. Roscoe reaches down to the javelin and doesn't take it. Instead, pulls the quarterstaff from his back and drops the shield in as he strikes away the blade and just attacks the construct.
Go to roll an attack roll for me.
17 to hit.
That definitely hits. It's like swinging towards him. It's like,
It is a 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
seeing like wobbling there for a second, as then all of a sudden he loses his footing as the stilt that is on snaps and breaks, and he comes falling down to the ground with a thud, and you can hear him go, oh, and as he just hoists himself back up to his feet and just like kicking away the remnants of the stilts. As he's now standing there, he's about like 4.5 feet, maybe 5, and he's got these massive like long arms that are like 20 feet long, like dragging on the ground now beside him, as he looks towards you. Floyd, your turn.
I'm gonna whack him.
Who, Roscoe or?
No. I'm gonna whack Vincent.
Mhm.
It's gonna, they're not even like whack-a-mole and those things. It's gonna crack right in his bucket. That is a 24 to hit.
Definitely hits our poor little Vincent.
10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Nice. So as you just hear him like, oh, like muffled from behind the bucket, and it's just like echoing through, and he's gonna have a sore head in the morning. He just kind of like staggers back a couple of feet, just like gripping where he can, just like to the feathers around him, just like, oh. That brings us to Talbot's turn.
All right, Talbot's gonna point the rolling pin at Vincent, and it's gonna be like, Vincent, you speak Elvish. He's asking, Vincent, do you speak Elvish?
I can try.
Next time your mother asks you for a favor like this, tell her Brisna Riskusa, which means go fuck yourself.
In South African.
Yeah.
Okay, go to roll to attack.
22.
That definitely is.
Woo! And that is 7 bludgeoning.
And you just hear him go, what was it again?
Close enough.
That brings us to Davlat's turn.
I'm wondering, can I bring out my fishing pole, try and use it to just pull him down onto the ground?
Why not at this point? Like, just go for it.
Rattle attack.
What do I roll for that? I don't know.
Roll an attack roll, like, with your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
And I will make a dexterity saving throw against whatever it is you roll.
9. I don't think a 9's gonna hit, is it?
No, he by default rolled a 14. I think it's got a +3, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
As it's like this, like hook just goes like over his head, and he's just like, and like the bucket is like wobbling, like on his head. He's just like, what was that?
We always have a bad cast every now and then.
It's like slowly reeling him back in. That brings it to Vincent's turn. As he looks over towards, like, you're like turning around, he's like very, very confused, and you can see he's just like stumbling, and he's gonna lift up his arm and like gotta do like a big swipe towards you, Roscoe, as you're standing in front of him. And that is a, 18 plus 3 for a 21.
Woo!
Correct.
Just enough. Only because I dropped my shield.
So that is 5 points of like bludgeoning damage, as it just like this big hole, like this log, just like cracks you on the top of the head.
Are we rounding up or rounding down for range damage? Doesn't matter.
Round down.
Ah.
Which brings it to your turn.
You thought you did 5 damage to me, you tall mother bleeper. This is not how the defense build. Roscoe is made to not take damage, not do damage. And he'll pull up his big stick and try and whack Vincent in the face.
Go for it.
No, 20.
Nice.
Correct. And a 6 plus.
Doesn't matter. You only had 4 points left. So as he just like stumbles and it just like cracks him, you just see him like falling backwards and like falls back on his butt, and his arms go down, and he just goes, "All right, I've had enough now. I've had enough. I'm out. I'm out." And just starts like crawling away, like on his like knees and arms, and it's just like, "I'm out. I'm out." And Roscoe, the crowd starts cheering and chanting your name as the
crack him
crowd.
Someone has to hold me back for sure. Like people
I'll
have
crack
to
him
come
one
in
more.
like.
You crack. Who you cracking? Vincent?
Roscoe.
Roscoe.
You try.
And what's
18
this
to hit.
chaos?
18 to hit.
Yeah.
18 hits. Just because
13 points of bludgeoning damage.
My God. These guys are fucking brutal.
Be careful.
13
Fine over
points.
there, all right? I'm really-
You're
Well-
still reeling it in.
Speaking of, I was gonna say, if I may as well, before no idea that it's over. I will try run over and see if I can grab the end of the fishing line and use it to try 80-80 Vincent up. Like I'm just gonna try and run around Vincent and just be like, "You're going nowhere." Yeah.
Got a big one.
I'd say definitely out of combat initiative, you can definitely just like, and he's just like struggling like on his hands and knees, just almost like hog tying him with this fishing wire, and it's like, it's cutting into me, it's cutting, ow, ow. And then Mayor Klaus kind of like steps forward and is just like, Right, everyone. I think that we have our winner. We need to... Vincent, are you right, lad? Now, everyone stop. Everyone stop. Everyone. He just like steps into the middle, and the crowd is just like hissing themselves, laughing and like clapping and cheering. And you can see Vincent's mother like pushing forward out of the crowd, like coming forward and just like scooping him up and like taking him back. He looks about like 18, so he's definitely like an adult, but still like scrawny, like scruffy beard. As she's like pulling off the bucket over his head. And Mayor Klaus just stands there and looks and goes, "Well, Roscoe, congratulations for winning the final task for this evening. That's a good lad. Go on, boy." And he's like pointing towards Vincent, and just like ushering him off. He goes, "The winner of this task, 2 points to you, my friend, for finishing off the beasts." Right, now. Mrs. Klaus, if you could please tally up the points, and we'll make our way back to the market before the sun truly leads us for this evening. So, carry on, everyone, come on. And been making your way back through the winding streets. A good, 20-minute walk as the sun begins dying truly over the top of the mountains. In the distance, the twilight falls, and then slowly dusk rolls into night. He leads you back and the crowd back towards the marketplace, which has been cleaned up, mostly like the tables and the vials, and the stench of the potions is well and truly gone at this point, with a few stalls left kind of just packing up their goods. The crowd slapping you on the back and cheering as they're moving, kind of pushing past you all as the mayor stands on the wooden stage and draws everyone's attention and gestures you up to join him, kind of like standing behind him as he pulls forward a wooden crate and turns it upside down to stand on to address everyone. He goes, "Quiet, please, quiet, everyone. I know we're all anxious to hear the results, but first, we have a few bonus points to hand out before we announce our winner." Right, and again, the cheering begins in the crowd as they begin clapping their hands. And the music strikes up again from the bar as she begins playing a lilting tune in the background. Kind of turns and goes, "Davna, you displayed a great valor and victory in helping your other opponents in their times of need. So we will award you 1 point."
Thank you kindly.
You're very, very welcome. Tobit, unfortunately, from what we can see here, you were awarded, you didn't win any of the task for this evening. So due to this, we'll give you 2 points. So congratulations. Everyone starts cheering and clapping in the background.
I also got pig shit on my hand.
Well, consider this a consolation for that. We also want to give out another point to our dear Roscoe as well for helping another player in another champion in need when they needed it most. So your efforts to do that, very much appreciated for this evening. Our dear Floyd, it was very interesting to watch you this evening, and yes, you hail from our town of Hans End. But we do want to give you a point for your out-of-the-box approaches, especially with some of those animals. So congratulations for that. That's some good thinking. Some of the animals weren't quite correct, but definitely the effort was there.
If I may, just a quick question. Does he lose a point for being racist at the beginning too?
I think that if we're talking about losing points for being harmful to others, then you would also have to lose a point as well. But that's if we want to lose points for.
Yeah, fair.
Right. Denver is the winner. Yeah. Everyone loses 20 points for smacking someone else.
So, with all of our points tallied up, I will ask our Mrs. Klaus to hand me the winner. Mrs. Klaus just gets out a piece of parchment, just writes on it, and then just hands it back to him. And he unfurls it and goes, "Right. In last place, in third place, we have our 2 friends Tobit and Davner with 2 points apiece.
I
Clapping.
competed.
Anticipation medal.
Last, kinda.
And
Yeah, well
Emily
done, mate. Well done.
moves forward and hands you each a
Yeah.
pie, an apple and pear pie, freshly baked, covered in like a red and checkered cloth. And she hands them to you as the crowd cheers and jumps and you can hear you hear them shouting out your names in excitement. And goes, in second place we have Floyd Jensen over here. Congratulations, Floyd. As a farmer, you will find this voucher coming in handy. And he hands you a slip of parchment for the 1 gold voucher to Mr. Gregor's supply shop in the village.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna be an alchemist now.
Get a book that tells you what the animals are, mate.
Or like drawstring books where it's like cow.
The cow goes moo.
And that leaves our Roscoe Strongheart here as the winner with a total of 4 points from the challenges. Roscoe,
Believe it.
take home your magnificent feast to share with your family.
I'm so surprised that I won. I can't believe it. I didn't even know that it was going to be me.
Congratulations, Roscoe. You did show bravery and talent and determination, and that is all we can ask for with our 12th night champion. Would any of our contestants like to say a few words to the crowd?
Yeah, I got a few if that's all right.
Yes, of course.
Just want to say thank you all for coming and supporting us in this event. And Roscoe, so it'll go right up to him. You bloody earned it, mate. Just give him a big old hug and smear the pig shit as much as I can onto him.
The crowd just like
That's
claps. Everyone's just like
Jesus.
clapping and
Holy
cheering.
Yeah, you've done well, mate. Walk away.
I'd just like to go up to Roscoe and clap my hand on his shoulder and just, I told you you'd do it. I told you you had it. I told you. I knew it from the beginning.
Crowd
Yeah, well
clapping
done,
and
well
cheering
done,
and
mate.
yelling out your names.
Well done.
Right. Well,
Of course, this victory goes out to the Heavenly Mother. I couldn't have done it without her. And, I mean, competition was the winning on the day. And we're all winners. And, of course, our families and friends. And to the women in the kitchen, thank you. It was good. I'm so surprised that I won it. Mr. Claus.
thank you, Roscoe, for your kind words, and I'm sure that we are all thrilled for your victory, and we hope to see all of you return next year for the next 28th annual 12th Night Festival Championship. Now, I'm sure that the tavern is warm and cozy if we'd like to head on in there for some celebratory drinks and dinner as this night falls upon us. I have a few errands that I must run tonight, so please go in and enjoy without me. But I shall see you all in the new year. So goodbye, my friends. Eat, drink, be merry. I wish you all the happiest of holidays. So until next we meet, my friends, good night and good luck and congratulations.
Woo!
Thanks, Laura. That was
Can I steal the wine?
Oh my god. Oh my god, it never stops. All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for coming along on this ruckus adventure. A little bit of lighthearted fun. We hope you all enjoyed. And again, Merry Christmas Eve from all of us here at Monsters and Mayhem. Thank you so much as well for Daniel for joining us tonight. It was awesome to have you here. Thank you
That was
so
awesome.
much.
Thanks
We
for
will
inviting
shout
me. It
out.
was great.
You're very, very welcome. It was awesome. We'd love to do a little bit more of, getting people in for one shots and things like that as well. So if anyone is interested in coming along and joining the Mayhem, jump into our Discord. Daniel is actually a moderator over on our Discord, which is why we chose him to guest star in this special episode for tonight. So definitely come over, join all of us. And yeah, from all of us here at Monsters and Mayhem, we wish you a really great, safe, fun, relaxing break. And we will see you all next year. We are back on the 10th of January with our campaign stream regular starting up again. So
Yeah.
great. All right. Night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.